until next to March, once the workshop happens. It's time. Hi, how are you? Yes, we have. Good to see you again. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out on this warm Friday morning. I'm Ebony Jordan Wilson, Assistant Commissioner at DYCD, and I'm excited to be here for our third annual Affirming Fatherhood Conference. We have, yes, clap it up for that. We have a wonderful day planned. I hope all of you received your swag bags and were able to go to the tables with our vendors outside. And we're going to kick this thing off and get started. So I am going to start this off by bringing up our assistant, our Deputy Commissioner of Community Development from DYCD, Mike Bobbitt.
See, that's what I get for being 5 minutes late. She tried to demote me, so after I helped you get promoted, but that's okay. Good morning, everybody. How you feeling? Happy Friday. Happy post-Father's Day. Happy post-Juneteenth. So, on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams and Commissioner Howard, I welcome you. I thank you for being here, and I thank you for your interest, as well as your ongoing support and participation. You know, I get reflective when we have these kind of events, and as Ebony mentioned, this is the third annual Affirming Fatherhood convening. Fatherhood is the issue that first brought me to DYCD. I've only been there 14 years. I'm going to ask the staff, if you've been here longer than me, raise your hand. There's a number of staff that have been here, so that's why I say only 14 years. I never did anything except grow up for more than 14 years before. But there's something about DYCD and its mission that has always called to me. Fatherhood is the very first thing that I came to do. And so when we did our Father's Day event, we reflected that it's been at least 17 years that we've been having a special event, pulling together non-custodial dads, and trying to create an environment, I feel, where, one of our slogans is like, that's the chance for dads to throw on the diaper pack. Mom is welcome to come to the events, but you throw on the diaper pack, you go explore the city with your kids. And we try to create a space for dads to enjoy themselves, enjoy their kids, and get together. So we've had some success doing that, but I want to talk about why we are here today. This is the third mayoral administration that I've had the pleasure of working under, and this work has continued. It may have had different faces to it, different aspects in terms of points of intersection of particular points of interest, but the work has continued. So I'm doing the show of hands things too. Like if you have been doing fatherhood work all this, when I say all this time, my reference point is 2010, please raise your hand. So again, I see a lot of in that, all the same hands, some of the same hands, thank you. Consistently, they've been promoting responsible fatherhood throughout the city. I try to avoid using violent language, but historically, when I was working more directly with the providers, I would say, I think the investments that DYC made, I think of you fatherhood providers, and I see some familiar faces, as the tip of the spear. Very knowledgeable, what are the practical needs and the realities of the men that you serve and their families, and being able to use the administration's interest and energy in elevating that. So there was a lot of peer exchange that we tried to do in those days. And as we've transitioned from administration to administration, some of us have, I want to avoid what's the biblical, is like new wine and old wine. It's not that. It's not that. It's remaining consistent and embracing new points of intersection. And so one of the things that I think my team will appreciate and I want to share with you is, thankfully, Mayor Eric Adams, when he uses the Bishop Tutu analogy, where it's good that we will pull someone out of the river, but it's insufficient. What we have to do is we have to go upstream. We have to see, why are people falling in the river in the first place? Amen to that. Once we heard that, our team said, well, partly this is what we've believed for a while. Fatherhood is, you want to use the social work analogy, a 2-gen program. Fatherhood is supporting dads where they are so that they're better positioned and better able to what? Reach back to their children, right? And building upon that, create stronger community and networking, right? So that we all have, I'm a dad. I always say this when I have an opportunity to meet with a group of men and women when we're talking about fatherhood. You are in some sense relying on me. I'm in some sense relying on you to shape and inform the city and the experience that our children will have. My daughter's a teenager now. She's 15. So like, we're the ones we've been waiting for. We are counting on each other. And so it's been in that spirit that we've been able to move this particular convening forward. I understand that we have some folks who are logged on virtually. That's another blessing. You know, when you talk about making the best out of a bad situation, it wasn't until the pandemic that we realized we could do any of this hybrid stuff that we do now, right? Terrible situation, but we adapted, and so did our dads, and so did all of our clients, right? So we try to make events like this, and I welcome all of you who have come in person, and I think you can't beat high touch. High touch beats high tech. But if you've logged on and you're listening to me in this proceeding, I welcome you. We have colleagues from around the state who have participated in this. I want to acknowledge some of our state partners. One is the New York State Department of State. We'll hear from them shortly. Another, the New York State Council on Children and Families. And a couple of years ago, they said they wanted to do a statewide SWOT analysis. What are the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and threats that face responsible fatherhood programs and advocates? And so DYC, we've been doing this fatherhood stuff for a minute. We put our hands up and said, oh, the city is one of the 10 regions. We got it. So again, show of hands. If you participated in the SWOT analysis, one of the many things you saw, I see a few hands go up there too. Like, we got it. We got this. But we got it because we don't try to work alone. The thing that we do, that DYC does in this regard, we're funding certain programs. But we're also trying to continue to create a space so that we can talk about issues like domestic violence and sexual assault. So we can talk about issues like child support. I want to thank HRA Office of Child Support Services Change the name. It's not Office of Child Support Enforcement, it's Child Support Services. In this journey with us about trying to be outward facing and embracing the dads that we serve. I want to thank Young Men's Initiative and Her Future in this journey with us, and you'll hear from them shortly. Others are in this journey with us, and it's all continuing to be focused on the dads. So I don't want to keep you too long from the program. I could go on and on and on. I love these programs. Again, this is what brought me to DYCD. This is one of the things that sustains me. I believe in our agency's mission of addressing and alleviating conditions of poverty, and I believe in the importance of promoting greater self-sufficiency. We've got to go upstream. We've got to find out why people are falling in the river and help get them the tools so that other people aren't falling in the river. And those persons, once liberated and out of the river, they can teach their children where the boundaries of the river are so that they're not falling in the river either, okay? So with that, I will leave you. I look forward to seeing and interacting with you later this morning and as we continue to do this work going forward. And I'll pause there. So I believe there's a video. One of our colleagues couldn't be here in person. So next we will hear from Manny Rosa, who's the director for the Division of Community Services at the New York State Department of State. Thank you again for being here.
Good morning, and I'm so happy to be a part of this fabulous morning where we are affirming fatherhood. And I want to thank the New York City Department of Youth and Community Services for its invitation to join you this morning as we celebrate and as we think about how best we can move forward in strengthening our fathers throughout not only New York City, but New York State. On behalf of Secretary of State Walter Mosley, Deputy Secretary of State Zoila Del Castillo, and all of New York State's family, we want to thank you again for the work that you are doing. This very vital, very important work. What are we talking about? We're talking about strengthening families. We're talking about economic development. We're talking about our future. I'm 70 years old soon, and I know what it is to have the important role model of a father. And my father's still alive. He's 95. So I know that when a child, a girl, boy, no matter who, has a role model that they can talk to, that they can learn from, that they can depend on, that they can form a very special bond. This is the most important thing that we can do to strengthen families and to strengthen the future. I think that the work that we're doing today, skill setting, talking, encouraging, supporting one another, thinking about our future, thinking about our past as well, and learning from that past is extremely important. And we shouldn't be afraid to talk about what needs to get done. So the New York State Department of State, especially the Division of Community Services, stands by to continue its partnership. We want to thank again Commissioner Howard for his leadership. And we want to thank all the people that are involved, not only with this conference, but the work in the field, the work in the homes, the work in the families, and most importantly to the fathers. For the courage of not only participating in this conference, but the courage to say, I want to learn, I want to be better, I want to strengthen my families. I wish you all well, and I thank you just for this moment to join you. Have a good conference. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. I could be a little better. Good morning, everyone. All right, my name is Judith Sam. I'm the Senior Director of Community Action Programs with DYCD, and welcome. So right now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Natifa Ford. All right, so I'm gonna give you a quick 411 on Ms. Natifa Ford real quick. So she is currently serving as the Acting Executive Director of the New York City Young Men's Initiative. But she was also recently appointed by Mayor Eric Adams as the newly appointed Executive Director of the newly created New York City Her Future. All right? The creation of Her Future, the creation of New York City Her Future was part of the Women's Forward New York City and Action Plan for Gender Equity. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Natifa Ford.
Good morning, everyone. Let me try that again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, all right. Listen, I'm in community, so we can act like we in community today. All right. So I do want to just start off by thanking DYCD. So really, thank you to Director Scott Leach. Really, thank you to. I'm looking for their faces because then I could. There we go. Okay. Thank you to Assistant Commissioner Ebony Jordan. Oh, wow, look, we have people coming in. And thank you, Deputy Commissioner Mike Bobbitt, and a special thank you to Commissioner Keith Howard upon his arrival. I do want to say this event, this is the third year of it, but the reason why it's important and the reason why I think it resonates so deeply for me is because we're affirming fatherhood. Like, and I don't think y'all understand when we say we're affirming fatherhood, it means that DYCD is really encouraging, grounding it in as its place in community, and making sure that we're encouraging and providing the support that a lot of our dads needs as they're navigating this, what I'll say, critical role of being dads. There is no manual for this. There's a lot of, listen, learning is messy. I don't think people understand learning is messy. It's not perfect, and we're learning. But I think it was most importantly, as Mike Bobbitt was up here speaking, was that we learn in community. And I think as we think about how we're building out the fatherhood work and how you guys are on the ground, regardless or not if we existed and this work was happening, you know what will be happening? You guys will be parenting. You will be a dad. You will still have to navigate those next steps. You will still definitely be figuring out what those relationships look like, and then the systems that are in place to support, or sometimes we feel like impede us, will still exist. So I really do kind of want to lift up the work and really the spirit of partnership. As I come here, my name is Natifa Ford. I am the acting executive director of the New York City Young Men's Initiative, which was created to really address the disparities that Black and Latino young men of color were facing across New York City. And this office has existed since 2011. And it was a priority, and it still is a priority, because as we're looking at the data, we understand that the disparities still exist, and we also understand that we have to do a better job of making sure that we're eliminating those disparities. A lot of our work looks like this fatherhood work, but most importantly, we have programs that are really kind of supporting our fathers. So we do have programs like the Fatherhood Academy, which is a program from CUNY that really kind of supports dads as they're navigating their post-secondary careers. And what does that look like? So when Mike really speaks about this piece of community, it's really for us to understand where is the synergy, where is alignment in the work, and how are we making sure that it's not so fragmented that you're like, who do I go to next? It's like we could have one compository of where we're pushing people and saying like, hey, this might work for you, or this doesn't work for you, something differently works for you. And then we have tons of programs that really support our young dads, because it is very different when you become a young parent and when you become a what I would say a more mature parent like myself. You look at the world, there are places in your life that are a lot more grounded. And when I say if you've ever been impacted by any of the systems, so whether it's the justice system, whether it's the ACS system, all of these different systems, or even being homeless, navigating becoming a parent in those systems is very, very hard across the board. And it's a lot of times in those systems where we find that our community, and I say community, literally becomes broken. So as I'm here now, and I am the acting executive director of New York City Young Men's Initiative. I am currently appointed by the mayor, Eric Adams, to lead a new office, NYC Her Future, which is really charged with addressing the disparities that young women of color face. And the reason why it's important that we lift these things up is because I always tell people communities are not built on its own. These conversations that happen in silo don't happen in silo. We have to understand that it literally is two parts, right, that are coming together, and it's in that togetherness that we really are building and thriving and making sure that our young people don't have to, one, deal with some of the barriers that we've had to deal with, and as the Deputy Commissioner mentioned, as we're pulling people in the upstream, they don't got to hit some of them roadblocks and those walls that we've hit. So I always remember my dad and my bonus dad and my grandfather. I always tell people, y'all really thought it was my mom. I said, no, it was them looking at me like, we're not about to do this today, Natifa. You need to figure out what's next for you. Take the risk, go, travel, go, explore. And sometimes we don't understand how much confidence that our dads give us, right? And I want you guys to really understand that, because dads give young people confidence to be, because it is that security that you feel when you're with your dad. It's the security that you feel when you're with your grandfather that gives you that extra push to just be and feel free to explore. And that takes nothing away from our moms. It is just the reality of how it's designed. So when I look at you guys and we're in the audience and we're in these spaces, I really do want y'all to really applaud yourselves. So we just need to applaud all the dads in the space, the grandfathers in the space, the uncles in the space. Like, give it up for yourselves. Because it is in those very brief and sometimes nuanced conversations that you have with a young person that grounds them in the confidence that they need to just hear sometimes, like, I am, I can, and I will be. And that's not something that we take that's not something that we get to take lightly. So I'm really always excited to join DYCD as we are affirming fatherhood. So affirming your place in the community, affirming your place in the household, affirming your place in the family unit is critical. And while everybody doesn't have the picture perfect family, it's okay. How we co-parent matters. If we're a non-custodial parent, right, how we co-parent matters. And what I would always urge when we're having these conversations with all of my thought partners in the space, all of our city agencies, I always go, we can't teach one entity, one side, can't give you all the tools to be a wonderful co-parent and the other side doesn't have it. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I can't give you all of that and tell you this is how you need to show up when the other side doesn't have it. Because what we do, we revert back to what we were doing before. So it is in these offices when we think about what unity looks like. And really for me, why am I and NYC her future? I really tell people we understand that it's a specific way that we talk to our young women. There's a specific way that we talk to our young men, and it's nuanced. And it's okay to be nuanced. But we also have to understand that there will be intersections in those paths. And it is in those intersections, in those pathways, that we have to make sure that both sides are equipped and ready, not only to be parents, but to be the best version of themselves. So we understand that thriving communities are built on the backs of thriving families. And it doesn't matter what your family unit looks like. We need whole people to show up in the place. So it is our responsibility here in the city. It is our responsibility here as thought partners and as agencies to really make sure that we're hearing community. And that's why I like these types of events, because we get to hear community. We get to hear the work that's happening on the ground. We get to hear from the providers. We get to hear from dads. We get to hear from everybody to say, okay, we might have not had the right approach. And it's okay, because what did I say? Learning is messy, and it's not perfect. But on our journey of learning, we do it together in community. So I really just want to take the time out to shout out DYCD, because today we are affirming fatherhood. And I think you guys need to understand what that means, publicly, loud, and bold. We are affirming fatherhood. That means we're proud of you guys. We're going to encourage you guys, and we're taking a moment to show you that we have support that will go into ensuring that our fathers and our non-custodial dads and our dads that are co-parenting and our dads that are in the household have the support that they need to thrive. Okay, so I want to just say thank you, thank you. Again, my name is Natifa Ford, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys today.
Natifa, I think we have you next year. You're doing a workshop. we are. So next year, go to her workshop next year. I know we're running behind time, so we're going to quickly move forward. We need to move expeditiously. So the next person I'm going to introduce is not the commissioner of DYCD, but his name is Keith Howard. But he's a guest speaker that's coming to us. He heads up the director of statewide mentoring. Keith Howard, come up.
Got it. So good morning. It was just whispered in my ear, hurry up, speak fast. Miss Ford took all your time. It's so, I'm just repeating what was said. Good morning to everybody from New York State Council and Council on Children and Families. My name is Keith Howard. I'm the statewide director of the New York State Mentoring Program. I want to thank DYCD for inviting me here this morning, and I'll make my remarks as brief as I possibly can. I do have to give a shout out to Hakeem Yamadi and Men Supporting Men, which is a program I work with, as well as Raheem Brooks, who invited me into this space with the CUNY Fatherhood Initiative many, many moons ago. So I've been fortunate as of late to been called to do additional fatherhood work in my role as the director of mentoring, which is interesting because we work with kids, or we work with youth, but not necessarily fathers. And just recently I was asked to work with 2 facilities in New York State. They're secured facilities with young men ranging from 16 to 22 to provide them with some lessons in fatherhood. And I'll tell you, when I was asked to do that, I was excited to do it, but I was a little concerned. And I was a little concerned because I was told that some of these young men might not come home. And some of these young men might not come home soon. But I can tell you that it was one of the greatest experiences that I've gotten to participate in this space. Because what I understood was that these young men weren't saying necessarily, how can I father from behind bars? They said to me, tell me, how can I father behind bars, right? What can I do? And I'm very fortunate to have been able to share information with them on that. So really quickly, I'll share this with you. I remember when my daughter was roughly 3 years old, and she's 17 now. She'll be going to Temple University in the fall, right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I remember when she was about 3 years old, and I was on the couch, because that's, my favorite position. And she came over to me and she said, Daddy, can I have some juice? And I said, sure, baby, let's go get some juice. And we went into the kitchen, and I got her cup, and I put it down, and then I got the juice, and I put it on the table, and I was looking for her little sippy straw, and I turned around, and my daughter had her little hands wrapped around the juice, and I knew immediately what she was saying to me. She said, Daddy, I got this. I want to pour the juice. But the juice container is half full, and she's 3. So what do I know is going to happen if I let her pour this juice? She's going to make a mess. But what if she doesn't? What if my daughter is the first 3-year-old, right, who knows how to manage a juice container? And for the opportunity to see if she could do it, I said, baby, go ahead, do it. You got it. Go on, right? And as a dad, I didn't say all of that. I just said, "Did one of these guys?" And my daughter grabbed the juice, and you could see her hands moving. And I'm getting excited because I'm realizing she's understanding the balance that's needed to properly put. She drops the juice container, and the juice falls all over the place. It goes everywhere. She jumps back, Daddy, I'm sorry, no problem. And I pick up the juice. And my daughter learned a couple of things that day, right? So the first thing she learned was, when you're willing or when you're wanting to be something greater than you were, just a minute before, you come to Daddy, and Daddy will facilitate that for you as best I can, right? She also learned that she wasn't quite ready to pour the juice, which is a natural state of growing and learning. And the third thing she learned was, go get the mop, because somebody has to clean this up. And that's also a part of life. And I saw a part of development and growth. And I say all this to say that although at times being a dad can be a thankless job, being a dad can be a position where we get excluded from some of the important decision-making. We are relevant, we matter, right? And we are a key component and puzzle to the grand puzzle, which is the family, all right? I'll close by just saying this. My father used to say, fools may never learn, wise men learn from their mistakes, and geniuses learn from the mistakes of other people. I hope you guys have a good day and you enjoy your workshops and you get to learn from the wise people that'll be in front of you today, sharing with you a multitude of information that they have, okay? So good morning and thank you.
That's great, thank you. Tifa don't. you know. So the next person I'm going to introduce, I had some stuff written down, but I'm going to take it off the dome because we got to run real quickly. This is my big little brother in the field of fatherhood who calls and checks on me all the time and makes sure that my head is straight. Even when I don't want my head to be straight, he'll call and talk to me, and he has talked me off the ledge many, many different times. He's someone I can easily call and ask questions. Even if I'm not talking about work questions, personal questions. I know he prays for me a lot. Thank you for that. He's the president and CEO of the Fathers and Family Coalition out in California by way of Arizona. So we forgive him for that, but he's really a Bronx guy, so he's from the Bronx. And I think he likes the Yankees, so. He and I were supposed to go see a game, but we do a lot of different things together. So, but the next voice you hear, who's the keynote speaker, I really appreciate him traveling all this way to come to the Affirming Fatherhood conference here, is James, my big little brother, James Rodriguez. Dr. Rodriguez.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. I got some colleagues of mine that are viewing from other places. Yes, I claim the Bronx still in my soul. And you know what's kind of good about it? Because one day someone knocked on my door because they saw my post on profile on Facebook. So I decided I was going to put my address over in Rikers Island and let them knock on that door. That's an inside joke. Literally, that happened. A father came looking for help, and you never know who you're going to help out. And today I want to give a couple of, first of all, I want to say thank you for all the people that are here and the people who are viewing. And I see some people whom I know, people whom I care about, people whom I have to make sure that he doesn't eat too many oysters. He knows who I'm talking about. I've never seen someone eat 30 oysters. And also I want to thank my children and other people because it's been a journey. Fathers and Families Coalition of America, the slide right behind you, I want to just give you a little bit of it. My keynote address, I was going back and forth on it. And I started with a song that I really love. And it's by Chandler Moore. It's called Firm Foundation. I'm standing on firm foundation. I'm standing on firm foundation. But I'm building bridges to new destiny. Now, how many of you have walked the Brooklyn Bridge? How many of you? You're making an assumption that it's on firm foundation, right? Because we all know we're not going to be walking any bridges in Baltimore. But how many of us have grown up where we didn't have firm foundations? How many of us have seen children not have firm foundations? And they grow up, especially little girls, and they grow up and little boys. Because the reality is 1 out of 4 girls is going to take something of her away from her that's so precious before she's 18, and 1 out of 6 boys. 1 out of 4 daughters is going to be taken by someone who feels like that he could be a predator. And I'll just say they're an abuser later on in life. And it's just the way somehow, some way, some people have lived their lives. But they never had the foundation because maybe they needed someone to build the bridge plank by plank. But it first has to start with the mortar. It has to start with the vision. And it has to start with you and I. And Fathers and Families Coalition of America was just an idea. When I left active duty military, I had nowhere that I didn't know where I was going to go, honestly. I felt lost. I felt betrayed by the systems because here I am, what they call fast track or 8 up in the military, already going on to in positioning myself to be a senior NCO within 10 years, single father of 2, already deployed, but they're saying you can't leave the state of Arizona and go on your next assignment because you have to get permission from the other parent, even though you're the custodial parent. It was almost the reverse of what happens when fathers are trying to find the ability to hold on to their. So, but my best job was working in a Head Start program. This is a conversation between all of us as leaders, because we're all leaders. And how are you going to take the high road? How are you going to take the high road when people are trying to burn your bridges? And so I started this foundation because I worked for a Head Start program, and that leader allowed me a couple of things. But the one biggest thing is that she saw in myself was compassion. And so this quote up here, you could read it: compassion toward yourself, you reconcile all beings in the world. And to me, that means I value all people. I don't value some. I don't value the silly Mets fan because I'm a Yankees fan. I got to put up with Dallas Cowboy fans, knowing I want to just die every year when they're playing ball. I got to put up with people in my family that I don't understand. Why'd you vote for 45? No. But because I'm trying to build firm bridges, and I'm trying to build bridges that I understand we need each other. And I want to give you a little story about someone whom if you don't have a mentor as a man or as a woman, even in your 50s, go get one. 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, I don't care what age you are in life. My friend Tony Arona and I, we were walking on a bridge, and I'm talking about a bridge that's over a gorge, and if you drop, you're going into this river, and you're probably not going to make it. And so I'm asking Tony, I said, do you think this bridge can handle our weight? And I'm jumping up and down, he's holding on, he's like, stop it, Sergeant Rodriguez, and he's walking slow, holding. When I get to you, I'm going to kill you. I said, not if we fall through, brother. So you don't let someone fall through, because we all need each other. And so the high road is the best road, but it's harder to get there. The middle road lets the people in the low road come up a level. But the high road leader also has to come down and meet in the middle. And that's where simplicity lives. That's where patience and compassion reside. And it's where you can start to grow concepts, because you're saying, I'm not going to be that person that sits higher than you. I mean, I really don't care if you call me Dr. Rodriguez. Someone asked me, where'd you get your doctorate in? I said, DSW, Designer Shoe Warehouse. It's a doctorate in social work and a master's in social work, but it was built on people who helped me get it, because they were building the bridges before I even walked on them. And there was an element that went before me that was building the bridges. But I use this in one of the classes that I teach, but I'm also looking at it from this: one shaft of wheat can feed thousands. One of you here, or one of your people that you are going to live a living legacy for, or maybe your beautiful baby girl who was smiling at me and just at me, maybe she is going to be that one that does the juice box that his daughter was going to attempt. But maybe she's going to be the next leader. You don't know, but it's because of you as that one shaft of wheat. You feed her. And that's what our responsibilities are, that we take the high road, that we start feeding, we pour into each other, and that because when we do this, we bring people together. And that's what the high road leader does. And that's what we do through Fathers and Families, because we're not just trying to do it alone. We understand that it takes 1,000 steps. And it begins with that journey to bringing out the best. In November, I lost use of my entire right arm from an injury that happened many, many years ago. When I was a young man, 24, there was a vehicle on fire, and I pulled out one of the military members, and I went back for the second, and I took an explosion on the right side. and out of nowhere, it'll impact me. Especially I notice when I fly that day or the next day, like my leg. And I've already had surgery on my arm, my leg, but I couldn't move my arm, and the doctor said you'll never be able to raise your arm above your right hand. You'll never be able to put your hand behind your head. You won't be able to lift your pants up. And I told him, you forgot who I am. I'm a warrior. I'm a soldier, but I'm a warrior of God first. I'm an American soldier, but I'm also Boricua. And Boricua means, the translation means warrior of God. So I'm not going to do that. But it brought out the best in me. Because if you can't find the best in you, and there's someone in this audience, I told her one of my songs is by a singer called Marvin Sapp. He saw the best in me when everyone else. So when we bring people together, we are being the high road. When you are seeing the best and you're telling your child or yourself, no, I don't care what they said about your limitations. You keep fighting, but you're not going to fight alone because I'm going to fight right with you. And it creates opportunities for us to go deeper and deeper and deeper into ourselves. And by doing that, we take this step. So I kept hiking, I kept going, and it's hot in Arizona, even in January and February. And I said, one day I'm going to go hike this top of this mountain. And there's this lady, and she's got a bonnet. Do you all know what a bonnet is before I go? Oh, could you explain what a bonnet is, ma'am? Oh, no, not that kind. The kind that looks like someone just rolled out of bed and had, well, they slept in, the silk one. Hair protective thing primarily used by African-American women. I want to make sure I'm diversity, equity, inclusionary. She's hiking up this mountain, and I'm like, out of nowhere, I come behind her, and she's struggling. And I said, you want to go to the top? She goes, I'm trying to get in shape. I said, well, keep on trying, because I'm going to keep on trying too. Why don't we do it together? And the whole time, this complete stranger that I don't know, think about this, on an isolated trail in hot desert Arizona, allowing a strange man just to walk with her side by side. Think about that. But she felt the courage and the strength within me, and she already knew that I was going to do something, and that was called protection. Because some of us men have lost our kingdom men way. So we're walking side by side, and we're going all the way to the very top, and we're at the very top. And I cannot believe what this lady does. She busts out a little thing and says, now I can get high. And I was like, okay. And I said, well, you keep on smoking, but you know what? The high road is more perilous going down. So be careful. Because going down, and that's what I mean, when we think we're so high, it's so hard when you fall. And I remember just walking around, I did a video for someone who I really care about, and I saw out of nowhere a hummingbird. And now I'm telling you, I'm at least 2-3 miles hiked up. What is this hummingbird doing at the very top? It reminded me that no matter where we're at, we can always find beauty in places we don't have. And by when we go deeper, we can find strengths. I found strength in her imperfection of wanting to get high. And on the way down, she's sitting on a boulder. I was like, how was that little pen that you were smoking? Can you walk with me on the way down? I said, I will. Value all people. Value all people. Value them where they're at, not where you think they should be. Value all of us. Bring people together, starting with your vision. Because if you don't have a vision for yourself, how are you going to have a vision for your family or vision for yourself? In one of my classes, I asked this question, how many generations do you impact? And the answer is 7. Whatever Miss Andrews has done on this world, she's making a difference for 7 generations. She's generation 1. Everything that happened to her is not an accident, including the 6 generations before her, because it imprinted and implanted whom she is. all her fight, her resiliency, her strengths. But when we don't have that strong bridge, we have a generational that's been built off of holes in the bridge that you don't want to jump on. Because you might be in that Baltimore bridge, right? And that was tragic, what happened to the people whose lives were lost. So first you have to have a vision, and you have to be accepting of all people. You know, Fathers and Families Coalition of America, my social media managers in Pakistan, my graphic media designer, he lives in Sri Lanka. I've got a board member in Australia. Had someone said, you just stay in your little box in Arizona, we would never have touched the world. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have this conversation. Yes, I have sometimes just called Scott just to pray for him. Because it's not so much the belief in God, which is the power, it's the humanity, because the humanness in both of us. And when we find our humanness, we also understand that we make mistakes as men, as human beings, husbands, wives, boyfriends, girlfriends, sons, daughters, people in our community. But when we acknowledge our humanity, we can redefine our purpose and we can go deeper as ourselves. And when we give more than we take, then we know we can do something for others. And I use this philosophy a lot. It's called Kinsigu. And if you ever heard about this, Kinsiku is a philosophy where a Japanese warlord had his favorite teacup. And in certain cultures, taking tea is a time of reverence. It's not like we go to Starbucks, order a cafe Americano and jam out and you drink that in 5 or 10 minutes. No, it's maybe about an hour of you being mindful, being present. And in this philosophy, instead of what's been broken and filled, broken girls, broken boys who grow up into men and women, some who've been raped and abused because the abuser, and I'll just say mostly men, didn't have his stuff together, so he ruins a person's joy. But that should never be taken. Happiness should never be taken. So what ends up feeling in this brokenness vessel, like her, is doubt. I can't trust no one. I can't live my life. I'm never going to have enough. But if we come along, and in this philosophy of Kinsigu, it was repaired with gold. And all the fractured pieces of his favorite teacup was mended with gold. And the gold filled in every crack. And not only did his favorite teacup look more beautiful, more precious, it became more resilient because it was harder. And it expanded its volume. Because think about it, before it was cracked, it was closed. But now with the gaps that have filled it, it became bigger, deeper than it was before. And it became more present-oriented, more of a gift. So for all the men and the women that we work with, and starting with ourselves, starting with me, every time I'm broken, I have to refill myself. But I've got to fill myself with gold or silver or the humanity of a brother who gives me a call or a prayer or a hug, so that we can walk out the life that we're intended, so that the 7 generations ahead of us, when we are all gone, someone had a comment about my last name, Rodriguez, and I said, I'm so proud of it. And then it came from a racial context. My great-grandmother was born in slavery in Puerto Rico. In circumstances coming to this country, the family name got changed to Rodriguez. My last name should be Arroyo. There's 1 million Rodriguezes. Am I wrong? Just in the Bronx, how many Rodriguezes are there? But you know what? I'd rather have that name than Arroyo, because that woman, her family, which is my family, was broken. I don't know what it was like to be enslaved. None of us here do. But I know that my family, I know the historical trauma that happened, and I know that my family came here for a better life for us. And I believe, because you're seeing the first product of someone actually having a degree when everyone else just labored hard, that my kids have, my daughter now has a master's in social work. And so I want to ask you a question, and then I'm going to end. I understood that I want to be, well, I'm going to ask you a question. By raise your hands, which one would you rather be? Keep your hand up first if you want to be the arrow. Would you rather be the arrow? It's a trick question. Would you rather be the target? See, I want you to think about this going forward in this book. And I was listening to Matthew McConaughey. He gives this quote, so I had to go do some research on it. It's called Green Light. If you ever want to hear a book, Matthew McConaughey, Green Light. It's a long audible, though. But in this book, he gives this very quick analogy about the target or the arrow. See, as the target, you draw the arrows. But it's what kind of arrows are you drawing? See, for a lot of us that have been broken, we become codependent arrows. The codependency, because an arrow has to be created. It has to have the shaft. It has to have a tip. It has to have the end part of it, the plumes for the feathers. It has to rely on someone pulling it and arching it. A bow, the string, the weather, the temperature, the speed. And it doesn't always hit bullseye. How many of you have hit bullseye? How many of you ever played darts and hit bullseye? On one occasion this summer, the first time in like hundreds of attempts, talking with my daughter about her destiny, bullseye. I put it on my silly little TikTok page. And then I said, girl, don't you ever forget to evaluate who is your web of influence. And your first web of influence should start with who? She said, you? I said, no, God. And I let go, and bullseye again. I was like, now, look at that. Because one day I'm not going to be here, girl. But you are a woman. And when I'm not here, I want you to be able to say, I've got to be the target. I can no longer be that broken arrow trying to find its way, hitting the dirt or the ground below the intended target. And when you do that, you'll come to a place where you find your purpose in life. You'll find that you have reached your ikigai and that you have come to a place where you are striving for a meaningful life. And so when you leave this Friday, when you're going through the workshops, when you connect with these organizations, I ask yourself, what do you wake up for? What is your purpose? And if your purpose is to be beyond yourself, if your purpose is to value all people, to do the right things for the right reasons, to give more than you take, to put people above your own agenda, and you don't keep score, then I think the generations that come after you will be the ones that are blessed because you decided to be the target of destiny. You decided to be that bridge on a firm foundation. You decided for people to walk on you as that bridge, not using you, but helping them to get to the new destiny. When your baby girl is older and mommy and papi are older, well, first, she's going to be asking you for money, so I'm going to let you know that straight up right now. Whenever you hear daddy, hang up the phone because the next thing is money. They're going to come back to your wisdom. But if you're not there for her, where's she going to get the wisdom from? From others who may be broken, who may never have filled them up with gold? So fill in your cracks, and let's use this time today and continuing your purpose and journey that you keep building bridges that are built on firm foundation for destiny. Thank you.
Can I get that screen that had all the different, with the QR code on it, that for our first screen? Yes. All right, so it's time for the workshops. Oh, I should have saw that, right? The first screen that has the name of the event, yeah. This one, yep, okay. All right, so workshop time. All right, so everyone should have a copy of all the descriptions of the workshops. If you don't, feel free to scan the QR code, which has the agenda and the description of all the workshops. Take a few minutes to read the descriptions of each workshops, and I'm gonna quickly tell you where every morning workshop is located. There's also staff throughout the space wearing blue polo shirts that could also guide you, all right? So you could pick a workshop of your choice for the morning half, and then after the morning half of the workshop, there will be lunch, and then there'll be another set of workshops after lunch, all right? So, did you know what you need to know about child support in New York City? That workshop is being held in lower level 63, which is here in this room. Equity for dads, systemic barriers to fatherhood is located in 1.67, which is the first floor. Yes. Which one? Two different times? Scott, can you get me Natalie? Okay, thank you for noting that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have my colleague come in and help me with that. So I'll move on to the next one until she comes. Fathers and the justice system is on the first floor, 1.65. Wake Up, How to Protect Your Paycheck is on the first floor, 1.67. Glam Time with Dads is also on the first floor, 1.66. Women in Fatherhood will be on this lower level, L.61. And then the alumni panel, Building Stronger Communities Through Fatherhood Programs, will be held at Dining Hall East on the second floor. So lower levels right here. First floor workshops, you have to go 2 flights up, and that's considered the first floor. And then the dining hall east is on the second floor. So it's 2 flights up plus an escalator. And to your right is the dining hall, okay? And let me just find out what's going on with the equity for dads. Also, there were a few people this morning that didn't have name tags. If you know who you are, come see me. I have them.
While Judith's researching that, I would be remiss if I didn't thank John Jay. So I acknowledge other partners, but can we clap it up for John Jay for making all the space available to us? It's really great to be here. We had the pleasure of doing a commencement some years ago, so we were able to bring the dads together. So it's really great to be back. John Jay has been a really welcome partner. I'm looking at the screen, so I want to thank Dr. Rodriguez and Fathers and Family Coalition of America. Can we clap it up one more time for our keynote speaker? I just want to make sure we give people their flowers while we can. Thank you.
The way Barney was just telling it, she actually has a message to her manager in terms of how she's been sharing her information. She has days and times she's been trying to, and she's gotten her training to do stuff. So she's doing, yes.
I'm go- I'm going to ask if you're going to a workshop, please go to it now. We're running behind schedule. There is a workshop taking place in this room, so if you're not participating in this workshop, I'm going to kindly ask you to step into the hallway area. Okay. Thank you, everyone. If you're not staying for this workshop, I'm going to ask you to please step outside so we can get this workshop going. We are running behind schedule. I'm going to ask you to take your photos outside, please.
All right, guys, that part of this workshop, please step outside.
Thank you. All right, and all the workshop folks, come on down, come closer.
So, good morning. We're about to get started with our Did You Know workshop in a minute, so. So look, if everybody can move forward a little bit, everybody move up that's going to participate today. We can be close. And I think this is actually good all right. Well, let's see what goes on. All right.
The presentation for this workshop should be this one here, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, all right, and you can use this or the keyboard or the mouse to advance forward in the slides.
So how do we know who's online?
Oh, you mean on the stream?
Yeah, do we know?
I don't know. You would have to ask Mark because he's monitoring the stream. Do you know Mark? No. Okay. No.
Hello?
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Farrell. I'm the Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Parent and Community Engagement in the Office of Child Support Services, New York City Office of Child Support Services. It is a pleasure and an honor to be able to be here at the 3rd Annual Affirming Fatherhood Conference hosted by the Department of Youth Community Development. I'm really excited to be here and to have this conversation, both with folks that are here as well as our participants online. And so we're really hoping that this is the beginning of a conversation. This presentation is going to be about an hour long, but we also hope that you'll have many questions, and we hope to be able to continue the conversation afterwards. So again, my name is Alan Farrell, and we'll be presenting alongside with our Executive Deputy Commissioner, Francis Pardis Ebedessa, who I will introduce in a moment. But before we do, just a brief outline of today's discussion. First, we are going to do an overview of the child support program. We're going to talk about the value of the child support program, who in fact we serve, the child support process, preventing and managing child support debt, and special initiatives of the child support program. So without further ado, I am going to again welcome to the podium our Executive Deputy Commissioner, Francis Pardis Ebedessa.
Hello, and I'd like to thank DYCD and Mike Bobbitt in particular for inviting us to participate in today's very important conference. So as Alan said, my name is Francis Pardis Ebedessa, and we'll give you an overview of the child support program. Okay, let me see if I know how, here. As some of you may already know, the child support program is a federally mandated program. It is state supervised and locally administered, which means that we, the New York City program, is administered by us locally. Our services, in child support, we put children first. We locate parents, we establish parentage, we establish orders in partnership with the court, we enforce those orders, and we assist parents with employment and debt management, all with the goal of children. Okay, sorry. Our goals in the child support program is to reduce child poverty. I'm not sure everybody knows that this is one of the premier aspects of the child support program. We bring another goal is to bring more services into the communities, build on successful partnerships across New York City, develop policies with research, data, and community input, and better serve young parents. Nationally, 1.4 million people are lifted out of poverty in 2015 due to child support, and 790,000 of those were children. I think this is something that not everyone realizes. 1 in 5 children in the United States are connected to the federal child support program, and research finds that $1 of child support has greater effect on how well a child does in school than any other source of income. Research also tells us that children who get child support are more likely to get better grades in school, have improved cognitive development, have fewer problems in school, and to be employed as adults. In New York City, we have about 230,000 cases. And in 2022, 25% of the children in New York City lived in poverty, a staggering number. And most importantly, child can make a difference in their lives. Now, unfortunately, many people still think of the child support program as it was in 1975. We haven't been as effective at changing the perception or understanding of the program. In 1975, it started as a cost recovery program to paying back government benefits. And it was largely focused on the custodial parent at the expense of the non-custodial parent. Since then, we've come a long way, not only in our program here in New York City, but even at the federal level, where the program is moving towards, and in some places, it's more progressive than others, to be a child-focused program that recognizes the value of both parents in getting better outcomes for children. Okay, we'll talk a little more about the value of child support. Legal parentage is established. Now, Alan will tell you a little bit more why that's so important. Regular payments are based on the NCP's income, and again, he'll explain how to ensure that happens. Formal documentation of financial support. Collections are enforced by the child support program, relieving a custodial parent from having to be the enforcer, and costs are shared by both parents. So in New York City, we have about 250,000 cases. And when we consider that we serve both custodial and non-custodial parents, in my mind, we have about 500,000 cases. But for the 250, about 44,000 or 17% are currently in receipt of cash assistance benefits. Another almost 90,000 are formally in receipt of cash assistance benefits. And about 47% or 117,000 have never received cash assistance benefits. So roughly half and half. On average, across all those three categories, currently, formerly, and never in receipt of cash assistance, we collect $7,900, an annual figure, for those families with a payment. And 92% of the collections are distributed to families. And I think Alan's going to speak a little bit more about why it's 92%. Here we are, Alan. Okay.
Thank you very much, Fran. So more about who we serve in the Office of Child Support Services. So we do serve a diverse population, mothers, fathers, and guardians. Services are available regardless of income or immigration status. We work with, we really have a two-generation approach, and it's helping children receiving the support that they need, working with parents to reduce financial distress, and really breaking the cycle of poverty across two generations. I think this is important. You heard Mike Bobbitt in his opening remarks really speak to this two-generation approach, really trying to go upstream in our approaches to assist families break out of cycles of poverty so that future generations can benefit. Now, the child support process. So let's look at an overview of that. So, of course, it begins with opening a case, establishing parentage, establishing orders, collecting and distributing support, and enforcing or modifying an order. So let's talk about ways that parentage is actually established. Now, certainly it can be established through marriage. Aside acknowledgement of parentage, used to be called acknowledgement of paternity, but now it's being changed over to acknowledgement of parentage, AOP, settled in court through a verbal acknowledgement or DNA testing. So let's talk about the advantages of establishing parentage. First, establishing legal parentage allows for a child support order to be established. You cannot have a child support order in place without legal parentage being established. Secondly, it fosters a parent-child relationship. There's something when a child knows that a father, a parent has claimed them and said, look, this is my son, this is my daughter, right? And it fosters that child-parent relationship. They know not only are you my father because you say you are, right, but you've taken that step legally to make sure everyone knows that I am your child. It certainly can lead to access to health insurance. That's clear, pretty straightforward, right? And access to pension funds, and access to military, SSI, and death allowances. So this is very important because we can see that when parentage is not legally established, a child cannot take advantage of all of these benefits. As a matter of fact, they're going to lose out on them. So this can, in fact, impact them financially for their future, as well as any other supports that they can have for them and their families. Now, the process for CPs or custodial parents. Now, these are the parents that are with the child, caring for the child the majority of the time. So custodial parent provides information to the Office of Child Support Services. So when they come and they're asking for those services, or they're actually mandated to participate by the federal government, but they have to provide information to the Office of Child Support Services. The non-custodial parent, or the NCP, is located. The non-custodial parent is served a summons, a formal summons. The parents go to family court, and the child support order is established, and then we begin to enforce that court order. Just to say a little something, and I don't know it's in this presentation, but I think it's worth saying, that one of the things that the Office of Child Support Services has done in terms of the summons package is that we realized that the summons package was just really very confusing, a lot of legalese, very difficult to understand, quite intimidating. The city is really taking an effort over the last number of years to ensure that any written materials are at least written on a 6th grade level so that folks can process that and have a better chance of understanding the documents that they're reading. And so we really took an effort to revamp the entire summons package, must be about 5, 6, maybe a little bit more years ago, to make it a lot more easier to navigate, read, and understand, and be not as intimidating. So that's just one of the process things that we've done to try to make the program more accessible, even in a difficult situation when someone's receiving a summons. So receiving child support. Families never receiving a cash assistance benefit, so this is what they exactly receive. They receive 100% of all payments. Now, when families are receiving a cash assistance benefit, they receive up to 200 plus the cash assistance benefits. So the way that that breaks out is that if you have one child, they can receive up to $100 maximum. And if they have 2 children, it could be $100 each, or $200 maximum. Families formerly receiving a cash assistance benefit, they're not receiving that benefit, right? So there you go, that. Now the process for non-custodial parents. The non-custodial parents receives a summons. The non-custodial parent establishing parentage, so I talked a little bit earlier about the summons, revamping that, so that's regard to our non-custodial parents. The parents go to family court. The child support order is established. The Office of Child Support Services enforces the court order, and child support is deducted from the paycheck or paid directly by the non-custodial parent. Now, we have in the bottom here about agreements. So one of the things that you have a process where if someone is going to pay child support, it can go through the family courts. We mentioned that. But one of the other things that we've been trying to do over the last year or so is something called agreements. We'll talk more about it in detail later on. But I think it's important to note that one of the things we're trying to do is help people to establish child support orders outside of court. The idea would be that it would hopefully be less adversarial. They would have opportunities where they don't have this in family court with a magistrate or a judge to actually speak into the process. Certainly they would bring their documents and financial documents and materials as evidence to our office, but beyond that, they actually get down and sit down and have a conversation about what this order is going to look like. And at the end of the day, this order is established. They usually have to go to court maybe once for what is called like an allocution, when a magistrate essentially ensures that this agreement was entered into not under duress, but and that all parties agree with the terms of the agreement. And from that point, it stands up, right? It can stand up in court. We still enforce the order, but the whole point is that it's been established outside of court, outside of the regular processes that most people find pretty adversarial and sometimes not as equitable as they'd like it to be. So more about agreements in more detail later. But all orders are established using the Child Support Standards Act. Now the court considers the combined parental income up to $163,000 and multiplies it by this fixed percentage, and it's defined in this document. So it's combined parental income above 163 is not subject. And we could see 17% for one child, 25% for two children, and so on. And there's even a basic child support calculator. You can see the link here. I believe that this is going to be shared post this event, but this is also on our website. Again, more about this later, but you can actually find this calculator on the website, and we actually have gone into some detail about how this is, how the Child Support Standards Act is broken out. I believe we have a video on the Child Support Standards Act, but I'm not sure. But I think even in mentioning that, it's important to note that we're also creating these videos, again, more detail about that later, but we're actually creating videos to explain things like this that are usually a little bit harder to understand. But all orders are, it's not this arbitrary process. It is a very clear process around the Child Support Standards Act. So again, offering agreements, establishing and modifying child support orders. So as we were talking about this a little bit earlier, it's providing a more supportive environment for parents, increased engagement by parents, resulting in a regular child support payments. That's one of the actually the gifts of the child support program. The child support program ensures that these payments are going to be regular payments that the custodial parent can count on and can make and budget, right, for the care of their child, right? And so, but when you do it through this agreement process, this can also be the same. I think a lot of people may have questions about, once you go through this process, is this going to stand up? But no, it's going to stand up in the same way. The Office of Child Support Services will still enforce this, but these are regular payments. This order is going to be aligned with the non-custodial parent's income. We're going to discuss parenting time agreements can be part of this conversation, which is very important, and having fewer court appearances, increased engagement of both parents. So just a little bit about the parenting time. So again, oftentimes we hear from many non-custodial parents, oftentimes fathers, hey, I'm paying child support, but I'm still not seeing my child. What's that about? I wish that there was a more of a way and a pathway forward for me to establish regular visitation and time with my child. Well, the Modified Order through Stipulation program or agreement program is one way that that can be included. So parenting time and those things can actually be established within these agreements. And again, having fewer court appearances, I mentioned, probably show up one time to court. There's no guarantee, could be more than once, but generally I think it's been one time that people have shown to have to show up in court just to make sure that the process was above board by the court standards. And in this way, you increase engagement of both parents. Parents feel that they have a voice, and particularly in the case here we are at the Affirming Fatherhood conference, right? I think it's important to note that we kept that in mind a lot, not just increasing the engagement of both parents, but the fathers in particular, who often have said that they do not feel engaged when they have to navigate through the court system. But when you do have to go to court, there is the real importance of participating in court, right? It provides protections from day one. So the non-custodial parent that participates, right, you have a child support order that's aligned with your income. So when you bring the documentation that's required, proving your income, if you're below the federal poverty level or the state self-support reserve for a single adult by the state of New York, there are protections in place for you. And if you are above the state self-support reserve for a single adult in New York State, there is a percentage of your income will be calculated for you to pay child support. But ideally, the non-custodial parent will pay on time and in full, leading to a better outcome for their children. So let's talk about the protections for low-income non-custodial parents. First, poverty orders. That's earning at or below the federal poverty level, and you can see on the bottom what the federal poverty level is for 2024, and the state self-support reserve for a single adult in New York State, also for 2024. But when you earn at or below the federal poverty level, that is, the payment can be $25 a month or less. And there's a $500 cap on any arrearages that could be built up. Minimum orders can be established where you earn at or below the New York State self-support reserve. about $50 a month. And again, the Child Support Standards Act will call for when you earn above the New York State self-support reserve, that support is a fixed percentage of income. And again, I think it's important to note here, again, it's not a randomized situation. There is a calculation that happens here with the Child Support Standards Act. Now, there are also enforcement exemptions. They're excluded from some enforcement actions when you are a low-income non-custodial parent. Services for non-custodial parents. First, let's talk about the record keeping. So when a non-custodial parent is paying child support and that order is being managed by the Office of Child Support Services, they don't have to keep the records. They don't have to keep pay stubs and start taking notes and figure out, okay, well, I paid on this day, that day, this amount for this purpose. We keep track of that. Because oftentimes what we've heard is where a non-custodial parent says, well, I have all the receipts, I have the proof, I have the evidence, and that doesn't necessarily stand up in court. But we keep a clear record of when those payments are being made. Other services for non-custodial parents are around debt reduction, and we'll talk about those. Arrears cap, arrears credit, paid off, parent success, parent support, and mediation. And then, of course, many employment programs, because after all, if someone is not gainfully employed and working, not only can they not take care of themselves, they certainly cannot pay their child support. Also, one of the things that we've developed in cooperation with Access HRA over probably I'd say the last 2 or 3 years is the mobile app. We're very excited about the New York City Office of Child Support Services venture into the 21st century around technology. And so now, using a mobile app, folks can make payments. I believe most recently, maybe we've added Venmo as well. So through the mobile app, you can make those payments through that. You can challenge enforcement actions. You can update your address, and you can apply for debt reduction services. So today, people are actually uploading these documents through their phones, through the mobile app, right? And we're then processing these documents. And we also, obviously, we deliver the summons package as well, which we talked about earlier, that we worked on revamping to make it a lot clearer and hopefully a little bit more helpful. So when a child now resides with the other parent, so this is important. So if a parent who is paying child support now has custody of the child or their children, they must petition the court immediately. This is very important because we hear this all the time. And the challenge here is that parents have to know, fathers in particular in this case, have to know that they are going to be responsible to really make us aware. So again, child support is not aware when custody and visitation changes unless we're informed by the parent or the guardian. And existing child support orders are not modified until the petition is filed with the court. So oftentimes, and I think this is very important to note, it seems pretty straightforward maybe for the folks who are listening or maybe some who are in this room, but I think what we know is that many men who are participating in the child support program, participating in programs much like Department of Youth and Community Development's Fatherhood program, ACS, other programs, may not be aware of all the services that are available to them. And because of many reasons, may not feel empowered to take these kinds of steps when circumstances change in their lives. But the reality is it's going to be upon that parent to let us know that those circumstances have changed and the child now resides with them. So very important. Types of enforcement action. So New York State is an administrative and judicial state. And so under the administrative piece, administrative enforcement action, these are automatic. They start automatically. The non-custodial parent is notified by their mail, but they can challenge this. They can challenge it. And the custodial parent does not have to take action when the non-custodial parent misses payments. On the judicial side, the administrative actions are unsuccessful and court is the only alternative. That's when the judicial actions kick in. And the violation petition also may be filed. Now, I think it's important to note in the first piece about non-custodial parents notified by mail. Again, when addresses change, we have to be made aware of that, because sometimes mail will go to a location and the person will say, well, I never received it. And in other instances, the challenge we find is, quite frankly, again, the child support program can be it is a very daunting program. So oftentimes people will get mail and they won't open it. So we always encourage people, open your mail, read it, engage with us. We're here to do our best to work with you. So some of the administrative enforcement actions can include reports to the credit agency, driver's license being frozen, suspended, state tax refunds being seized, bank accounts being frozen, lottery prizes being seized, passports can be suspended or frozen, personal injury claims that are received by the non-custodial parent can also be seized. Federal income tax, income withholding is part of just the regular process, but that's administrative enforcement actions, or even an add amount can be added to your regular child support payment. Now, low-income non-custodial parents are excluded from some of those actions. It's a case-by-case situation, so people would be encouraged to speak with us, and we can inform people of that. Now, we see there's a question. We're going to promise you we're going to leave room for questions. Judicial enforcement actions, money judgments, work programs, professional license suspension, arrest warrants, probation, or incarceration. And let me just say, I think it's, when we make this presentation, we obviously have to list them, because these, Fran noted, it's a federal program, state supervised, locally administered. So these are part of the federal list of enforcement actions. But in New York City, I have to tell you that arrest warrants, probation, incarceration, that's not our first go-to. That is going to be a situation where you have someone who's really willful and clearly has a bank account and income to prove and show that they're able to actually pay child support. The New York City program is not going out of its way to arrest people, particularly low-income individuals. So your income would really have to bear out that you have the ability to pay, and there's a clear willfulness in terms of your not complying. So preventing and managing debt. We talked a little bit about some of the programs. So just to say, again, a two-pronged approach here. We really don't want to see people get into debt, period. So we all know the debilitating effects of retail debt or credit card debt. Well, child support debt is no different. But obviously, it's different in the sense that when it impacts you, it doesn't just impact your wallet, but also your ability to engage with your family and your child in particular. So we really want to take an approach around early intervention and prevent the accumulation of arrears in the first place. We really believe that most non-custodial parents really want to support their children, but need support to help them to do that. And I think that's important to note here. I think the child support program more broadly is beginning to take this approach, but in New York City in particular, that is what we believe. We really start there. We believe that the average father, parent, but father in particular, non-custodial parent, right, wants to care for their children and may have some challenges to do that, so we want to remove every barrier, particularly debt, child support debt, so that they can do that. So reducing the debt, we know from experience, reducing debt is going to obviously lead to increased payments, and that's when children can benefit, and ultimately connection with the children. So the debt reduction programs. So our debt reduction programs in New York City are really around when money is owed to the Department of Social Services. Those are the arrears cap, arrears credit, pay it off, and the parent success program. And when money is owed to the custodial parent, we can really look at mediation. So what we're basically saying here, when it comes to the money owed to the government, money owed to the Department of Social Services, and I don't know if we say it in other places in this presentation, so I'll say it here. In a nutshell, when a parent, a custodial parent is receiving cash assistance from the government, they're mandated to participate and cooperate with the local child support office. When that non-custodial parent in that instance is not paying, for whatever reason, not paying child support, a arrears are accrued. Those arrears are owed to the government or owed to the Department of Social Services. When a custodial parent is not receiving cash assistance, not receiving benefits from the government, and the arrears that are accrued when a non-custodial parent does not pay are accrued to the custodial parent. It's the custodial parent that debt is then owed to. That's the debt in the case of, do I have the pointer? I don't. But it's the money owed to the custodial parent, those instances where we have to look to mediation. And we have partnerships with mediation providers. We put out a request for information a number of years ago, so we now have relationships with mediation providers where as long as there's no intimate partner violence and everyone's safe and both parties agree, they actually bring folks together to mediate around, well, look, the person owes $20,000, but are you willing to take 10? Or whatever the arrangement is. And while we're here, we could also talk about visitation and custody and other things, right? But again, that mediation document that is landed on stands, right, in court. So reducing debt, it works. The arrears cap program, the successful outcomes reduced $284 million from 2009 to 2023. We helped 13,640 non-custodial parents. The arrears credit program reduced $87 million between 2011 and 2023 and helped 5,142 non-custodial parents. And Pay It Off reduced $19 million in debt owed to the Department of Social Services from 2013 to 2023 and helped over 4,000 non-custodial parents. Well, let's see. So just a little bit of detail. The arrears cap program, in a nutshell, allows you, when there is debt owed to the Department of Social Services, you come to the Office of Child Support Services, and you basically say, look, I accrued this debt during these time periods. During this time period, I was unemployed, underemployed, homeless, or in some other situation where I was not able, incarcerated perhaps, and I was not able to pay my child support. You bring that evidence to us, we say, okay, let's take a look at it, our fiscal unit looks at it, you sign a document. Once that all gets clear, and we're clear that you fall into that category, we cap your debt at $500. So whatever your debt is, as long as it was accrued while you were at the federal poverty level or the state self-support reserve for a single adult, and you're able to bring us the evidence and show that, then we can cap your debt at $500. For arrears credit program, if you're paying your child support consistently over a 12-month period, and again, you just literally sign up for it, we will give you a credit up to $5,000 per year for 3 years towards your debt that's owed to the Department of Social Services, to the government. These numbers, we're proud of the work that we've done, but we know that not enough people are participating in the program. So everybody who's hearing about this for the first time or hearing about it again, or if you're online and you're hearing about it, you're going to see at the end of this, you're going to see our information to contact us. Please reach out to us. We're happy to continue to talk. Pay It Off is a program that's been going on for quite some time, probably 2009, I think. And essentially what we do, the Office of Child Support Services, during a time-limited time frame, will say, we are going to match your payments up to, I think most recently, I think it was $500. If you make a payment of $500 during this time frame towards your child support, we will match it. And that way you can get closer, in some cases, totally pay off your debt. Moving a little quicker because I know we're running on time. So mediation services, we mentioned this a little bit a little while ago. You can address here child support debt owed to the custodial parents. So mediators, usually these are lawyers, they're nonprofit organizations that have trained mediators that help parents come to agreements, again, about past due child support payments, future child support payments, so they can actually set you up to talk about what you're going to be paying in the future, again, outside of court, custody and visitation, and communication or other types of conflicts. We talked about the employment and job training programs. Very important for us because obviously we know that if a person cannot afford to take care of themselves, they certainly can't afford to pay their child support. So job placement, we have our parent support program, Pathways to Industrial Construction Careers, otherwise known as PINK. That's a new program. Text to Work, Jobs Plus, and Workforce One. And then job training, we have multiple vendors that specialize around green jobs, construction, IT, transportation, and healthcare. Particularly I want to say about the Parent Support Program. That program's been around for a while. It's recently, I think, expanded into Manhattan and the Bronx. Really excited about that because what you see there are non-custodial parents who are actually meeting with a magistrate. You say, meeting with a magistrate, what's that about? Well, it's been a much less adversarial kind of situation because the magistrate and the other staff and caseworkers and managers in that parent support program are actually working with this cohort of non-custodial parents around employment, getting and keeping a job, taking care of their child support debt, and other supports that they need to grow as parents, not just as around child support, but just their grow to connect with their children and their families. And on to initiatives. Yep. I think we're about 15 minutes. So
Okay. All right. Sorry. So as I mentioned earlier, one of our goals in the program is to try to bring services into the community and trying to meet parents where they are. And so we have this program that's called Snapshot. And what it does is it's for community-based organizations. And with the parents' permission, we will give them we will give them access to a extract of information for the either the custodial or the non-custodial parent. Let me go here. So, for example, this is the type of this is the information one would get. On the top, it's basic case information. This section, which says on the left amount of money that is owed, and to who it's owed, either whether it be the custodial parent or the Department of Social Services. It also says whether any money is owed back to a parent, and whether there's the amount of their obligation and where their order was established. It also identifies the last 5 payments and when they were made. Identifies whether there was any enforcement actions are in place, and it suggests next steps to assist that non-custodial parent. So it's really for CBOs working with parents and really to help them. Oops, I was going to thought there's one more thing, and to help them. It also has access on. I think it's a slide ahead. Okay, well I can't see. It's a slide ahead, which gives the CBOs access to videos and other types of information that could be very helpful for the non-custodial parent, either to access to the forms, just to submit to see if they qualify for one of our arrears reduction programs. There's how-to videos and other types of information that can be very helpful for a non-custodial parent. There we go. We just recently in the fall had a policy conference called Confronting Structural Racism in the Child Support Program, Listening, Understanding, and Taking Action. And I think it was Mr. Rodriguez who talked a little bit about being introspective. And that's one thing we believe in the child support program. We are, not afraid to look at ourselves critically and try to figure out and talk about how can we move the program forward. How do we examine where the program might be weak and have a need to make changes for the betterment of not only the parents, but, and again, ultimately the children. And that's what this policy conference was really all about. And it's on our website, so I would encourage you, if anyone was not able to attend the conference, to take a look at it, because the speakers were really phenomenal. It's Jennifer Jones Austin was very powerful, but so were the some of the other panels. So we heard Jennifer Jones Austin talked about doing good while doing no further harm. Dr. David Pate, his address was about I Do for My Kids, the disproportionate effects of child support on Black men. Then we had 3 panels. One was listening, so we heard from parents directly of their experience with the child support program. Panel 2, points to understanding, so we had experts in sociology, economics, policy, and law talk about their experience and research on the child support program. And then lastly, we had taken action. It's a round table revisiting today's panels and offering ways to move forward. And since that, we have continued to have conversations on how do we move this issue forward. One of the things that we feel strongly about is young parents. And we realize that for a young parent to navigate through the child support program on their own really wasn't fair. And so what we designed was a program that would help guide these young parents through the program, hold their hands, help them every step of the way, offer them the opportunity to establish orders outside of court, and then also assess whether or not they had a need for any services, whether it be parenting training, making certain they're connected to services such like cash assistance and SNAP, WIC, Medicaid, and whatever else they might need to support them as young parents on this new journey that they're on. We launched Access HRA mobile app. It's called NYC Child Support, Access HRA. And on here, on this form, clients can enroll in the child support program. There's an application or an enrollment form right on the app. They can submit forms such as challenges to any of our enforcement actions or submit a form for our debt reduction programs. They can pay online with a credit card and there's no fee. And they can access notices and appointment reminders. We have, as I was mentioning earlier, we have on YouTube videos that explain, like how-to videos, informational videos, information for employers. And the how-to videos really are complex forms or complex processes that what we do in a very short way is walk the parents through it so they understand, how do I fill out this form? What do these terms mean? So we hope that those are very helpful. We have also have on YouTube videos on our mobile app and our direct deposit enrollment form and other useful information that we hope will support and strengthen parents. In closing, one of the things that we do recognize is that there's much more we can do and that we want to do. We're not where we want to be. And what I hope I've left, and Alan has left you with, an understanding that the child support is a strong anti-poverty program, that OCSS has lots of services for parents, and it's better to connect with us than not. We can only help if we connect. Thank you. And here's how to contact. Thank you so much.
So I think at this time, we will be happy to take any questions, whether it's from the audience or from our participants online. No questions yet from participants online? We do have one.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for this awesome presentation, something that I've been looking for quite some time.
All right.
I am a licensed clinical social worker working with families and children, specializing in fathers and sons of black boys. And I've heard a lot of information here, so I got a couple of questions. The first one is about DNA. If a person signs that he is the father, for instance, and then has a DNA test and finds out that it isn't his child, How does that work? How can he handle that?
Well, I'll start with this, and then if Fran wants to add anything, please. But I will say, number one, I think it depends on where this happens in the process, right? So if you're saying that this happened a month ago, right, that's one thing, because then you're talking about a newborn child, and I think there are steps to take that you have to address those things in the courts. So that's the first thing. But if you're talking about this is now taking place where the child is past a particular age, I think,
Which is?
well, I don't know that there's a hard and fast, and I'm not going to go on record as saying that because, right? But no, but I say that because I think it's nuanced and I think it's case by case a bit. But I think that when a child reaches of a particular age where they know that this person is their father, the courts are going to look for a situation where they're not going to try to do any harm, right? And so where that child has been established that this is their father, I don't know that the courts are going to have to make a decision on what that looks like on a case-by-case situation. Fran, is there anything else?
Yeah, I mean, if the individual has been acting in the role of the father, treating the child as they are the father, chances of the court reversing it, even if there's a DNA test that says they're not the father, is still.
So it won't happen.
And there are laws and rules all around it, and you can dispute it. There's a certain time period, but after that, you can do it.
Is it difficult to get a DNA test?
No, that's easy.
How do you do it?
Well, we offer a program. Both parents can either go together or go separately. There's a small fee. I can't remember.
So low, so $35, $45, something like that?
As long as they're not already in court. We will not do it if there's a proceeding in court.
Okay.
But if there's not, they can access our services, we'll make an appointment, and then we'll get the test.
Fantastic, okay. Now, you were saying about the judicial enforcement action, that a lot of the different resources can be taken from the job or from the savings or whatever. What about if a veteran has a disability of 100% service connected, and there is still a need for custody funding? How does that work? Can you get the funding from the VA's disability veteran?
My understanding is, we need to get back to confirm that if the individual was injured in call of duty while on duty or on acting in action, then I'm sorry, if an individual so if an individual was injured in the line of duty, we may not. We are not allowed to garnish those payments. However, there are other payments that we are permitted to garnish. Now, all the nuances around that, I just can't remember, but there's all rules around it. So there's a section that we may not touch, and there's a section that we can.
Okay. I think that's about it. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from anyone in the audience here or anyone online? Oh, sir?
Pleasant good morning. My name is Steve. And but a lot of people tell me how I speak a lot, but I like to speak a lot because the reason why I like to say what come out of my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Right? For the past, I apologize.
That's okay. And may I just say, I don't want to hinder you either, but we should have probably said this ourselves. We want to make sure this is a forum where we want to be as helpful as possible, but we also want to make sure, particularly because this is being live streamed, that people not share anything personal in terms of their case or their personal background, because that's going to go all over the internet. And so we don't want that to happen. So if there are personal concerns or questions, feel free to see us afterward on the side, and we'll be happy to have that conversation. But I just want to preface that before, because I can sense that maybe there might be something very important that you might want to share.
I apologize, but...
no, not at all. No apology needed.
I think what people are supposed to do, because I've been to a lot of radio station, right? And as a person, I mean, this is sometimes people say I have to hold back, but I think the best thing in this world right now is to explain everything what come out of this year. Because I mean to say, I have a lot of family out there right now is suffering because of certain things, right? Because I've been paying child support for the past 13 years. And I shouldn't be paying it, because the reason why now, I mean to say, people seeing, people hearing, I think you need to let all these things, because how could you be giving somebody your money, coming in on your job, collecting your check, and all of a sudden you're going to court for child support and you have been paying your money fully? Because as a person, I like to hold back my thing, but sometimes you need to let go, let people understand what's going on. Because what happened now, a lot of people right now in this world, especially in America, taking advantage of the system, right? Because for instance, like, if you're accustomed paying your money, the person the next person, next hand collecting your money, all of a sudden you just see all the papers come, child support, protection, court. At the end of the day now, the two lawyers, now I'm speaking, if everybody here is nothing bad, I'm just speaking my heart. The two lawyers now, one side and the next side, speaking to me and find out what's going on, what's the reason, was a whole lie. But all I say this evening, whosoever listening, my name is Steve, and I don't have a problem talking my business, because the point about it, it hurt me, but I'm a person willing to forgive, but it's time to really speak it out. You understand? I just say my mind. I'm taking care of my child support. I have a little back something behind, but I'm working. I'm paying it. To be so good right now, my daughter got a scholarship. Thank you Lord for that. She's 18 years.
Wonderful.
My son is going to become a police officer.
Wonderful.
My daughter is doing law. And right now they're speaking. Yeah, right now I'm speaking. I'm the #1 drummer in the whole of New York City, and I'm going to teach a class in England. And God is so good that she could take the child support, but the whole idea about it, I'm paying it from here. At least they can understand I'm just speaking my mind. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to my problem.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your story with us today. And certainly if you have any other questions or concerns, we're happy to speak afterwards. You know, I think one of the things we always say is that the child support program, it's a very, thing that Tifa Ford talked about, and even Mike Bobbitt talked about, this intersection, right? So it's family, it's relationships, it's children, and it's money, right? And so you're gonna be passionate about these things when they intersect and when things may not go in the way that you planned or want them to go. And I think particularly here at the Affirming Fatherhood Conference, it's really an opportunity, and even with the group we have here today, to have these kinds of conversations. And as I said when we started, we want this to be the beginning of a discussion and a conversation, that the New York City Child Support Program is making steps to create this kind of space and be parts of these kinds of spaces, so that we can hear these types of things, get feedback, and wherever we can make changes and grow as a program. So certainly, again, anything you want to talk to us about afterwards, we're happy to listen. Thank you. Anyone else, please?
Hi, my name is Ebony. I'm with Family Legal Care. I just have a quick question regarding the MOTS program. So in regard to the custody and visitation and assisting with mediation for those cases, would that be included in the same child support agreement, or would that be separate for purposes of enforcing in the court once it is registered as a court order?
It would be connected. It would be with terms of the custody and visitation. Well, are you talking about for MOTS?
Or the mediation. I'm not sure which of the programs the custody and visitation mediation falls under.
Well, custody and visitation generally falls separately, but when it comes to the MOTS program, Frank, you want to say anything else?
So, thank you. Okay, great. So, generally, it's true that custody and visitation is separate from in child support. We do have the mediation programs, and the hope is that if one goes to a mediation program, that they have that opportunity to talk about issues of I'm not sure I'd say custody, but parenting time agreements. In MOTS, that's really modifying an order. If we do an establishment, again, it could be, if the parents are interested, to engage in a parenting time agreement. We also have parenting time agreements on our website to try to encourage families to consider a parenting time agreement. Those agreements are separate from child support and would not be filed with the court.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Or from those participating online? Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Before everybody leave, we have a survey that we'd like you to fill out. These two individuals have a QR code, so if you could take your phone out and complete the survey, we really appreciate it. And then we'll have lunch upstairs on the second floor. So she's coming on this side and she has it on this side.
All right. And then how do I bring up the PowerPoint? So you are right.
We're supposed to be doing the immigration presentation here. That's why I wasn't talking.
No, they said mental health is in here.
Yeah. No, no problem. I'm just relaying to you what was told to me by. So, yeah, let's let's try to figure out where that is. So you're here, okay.
Supposed to be here, you want to be here, we're going to have a good time no matter what. If you were here this morning, I don't need to reintroduce, well, I am in New York, so let me reintroduce myself.
Give me 2 seconds. We're gonna reset the live stream.
Okay. Well, there'll be other people when they come in, so I'm fine with that. I'm not going to lecture too much. I'd rather have you guys come up here, but it's okay. Far, far away. I feel like I'm back at when I was lecturing at USC as a professor. I had to teach one class that was a required class, and some people took it because they thought that it'd be easy because it was a social work class. And all of a sudden they're like, he gives out homework. So we'll have a little bit of fun. So let me introduce myself again. My name is James Rodriguez. I think Boots is in one of my class right now, so you're going to get a little piece of what I teach. I like teaching probably more than serving as the president and CEO for Fathers and Families Coalition. We have an international conference, and we do a lot of professional development. One of our programs is the Advanced Practitioner Credential course, and it's a 15-hour course with CEUs accredited by Council of Social Work. Education is how we use our training programs. And then I do another one, it's called Disc Personality, which we're going to incorporate in here. And then a final one that I do, or that the organization does, is a leadership development one. So you're going to get a kind of combination of a bunch all in one day. And I'm not going to be able to give all of the content, but I think I provided it so that whoever attended could access the resource files. So that was the intention of that. Is she going to sign for me? Okay, now I'm going to have some fun. All right, you ready? You let me know when you're ready for me to sign. Don't give me that signal. I know what that finger means. Are you ready? I said a hip, hop, hibbity, hip, hop. You don't stop, rock, said bang, bang, the boogie. Come on now.
He does that.
Come on. Up jump the rhythm of the boogie. The beat said, I am Wonder Mike, and I'd like to say hello to the black, to the white, to the brown, and even the yellow. Have you ever been over to Fred's Food in the... Come on now, isn't this what she's supposed to be doing, right? So what we're actually doing right now is, for those of you who smiled, that's called neuropeptides. Neuropeptides, even when I'm sad or depressed, if I do something that's gonna activate my emotional intelligence, I can't be sad in that moment because my neurotransmitters are telling my brain something's going on. The only difference between us and animals is our cortex. And all animals have spinal cords, right? Most mammals do. But it's how we function, our ability to recall, where mammals are more, their brains are more present. But we are all dimensions. And we have our emotions that are reside in the back of our brains that comes to the front. And based upon what happens in our life, we either have to have our transmitters rewired or neuroplasticity or find a way to get through it. So today, we're going to go over a workshop that is intended mostly for if you're gauging fathers or men, but it doesn't really matter about gender. And the first thing that I would ask is, do you have services for men in your program that's specific? Most men won't receive or go get mental health. They may speak to people, but they're not going to go get help. And when a man or a boy walks in this world and continues the behaviors of whatever gets to them, they fall back in the trap. And that trap requires them to either understand it, recognize it, and now I got to re-script my life again, which is called reprocessing technique. And if they don't have the skill sets to do that, they could struggle. And they're just reading the same narrative over and over and over again. And how many of you have done that? I mean, I know I have. And it sucks because you're reading the same pages of book after book, and you're like, you know, I really think I should give this book to the Goodwill, but I can't. And you hold on to it. So this is a question that I asked in class, and actually some of the colleagues that are taking the class, there's an assignment with this, because I'm going to ask this for those of you here. I'm going to call out your name. So in the back, what is your name, ma'am? Samantha. What do you see when you read this and you look at it? What is your thoughts? A life-changing place if you never take the risk. Over here looking like she's freezing to death. What's your name, ma'am? Rosanna. What do you see when you see that? Oh, I didn't know we're supposed to have mics. Someone didn't tell me that. You know, I'm going to go back and forth, see if you can get your steps in today, unless Samantha comes down.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. I think it's sort of the beauty of being comfortable being uncomfortable, and taking risks that can open up all kinds of opportunities for you. Sort of a let life come to you.
Let life come to you. Okay, sir, what's your name? Evans. What do you see when you look at this picture? What's your thoughts? Mm-hmm. To go fish. To go to the seashore to go fish. I like that. But the thing is, you're going to go. The courage part for change is getting in the boat. And that's why for many of us, and I'm going to go through some slides swift, if we can give balance, because I have this, I've heard this before, happiness goes to happenings, but joy should never be taken away from you. When joy is taken away, then comes depression and sadness. So on Father's Day, my daughters took me to go see Inside Out 2, and they go, "There's Dad, he's the angry red man." And I'm like, "I'm not angry." And then my other daughter goes, "But sometimes he's sad." And then Amber at the very end, she's crying. you know what, Dad, you're Joy. You're trying to make everyone happy. And Joy at the very end, I'm not going to ruin it for you, but she cries. So even Joy can't keep Joy forever, right? So that's just a way for us to look at, I like that movie. I didn't really like the fact that they were trying to name me every character, and you have to go see it. But it's funny because it'll be inside jokes. Oh, I just said Inside Out too. Inside jokes with my children. But when we have balance, it's not just us. It's also for the children that are involved. And one of the reasons why I feel like it's important for us to have this conversation on mental health, and I'm gonna give a couple of techniques and for you to give to your parents that you work with or individuals. Some of you are already receiving them because you're going into the class I teach, or I'm also a student. This picture for me, I asked my designers to specifically create it so it looks like as if it's a reciprocal relationship, because you don't know who is there to support the other. And when I was working with him, because originally he had someone like, it looked like they were actually grabbing hands and like pulling him up, but you don't know which one is really helping the other. Because even a helper, if you're a social worker or a clinician, who's helping you? Because even if you're out there in the community and you're advocating, but then after a while, who's filling you up? And so it goes both ways. And one of the things I feel like when we engage fathers, then we have better outcomes, and we're able to look at their experiences from their development. And in this field that I've been working at, I don't believe that there's a lot of work on the development of boys into manhood. Maybe not even gender, but I know that there's a lot on women's issues, children, maternal and child health. There's not really a lot about men. Heck, even most men don't go to a doctor or prostate cancer. So then we end up passing away at higher morbidity rates. But what if we do this, then you don't look at, like, how many of you here have a brother or a son? Any of you have a son? Any of you have a brother? Any of you like someone like a brother? Yeah, Samantha's like, I can take him or leave him. Or a husband or someone. Every man was someone's son. He was a little boy. It's also how he grew up that impacts him into being a man, and then the generations going forward. So I read this book yesterday, and I wish I could find it. I should have held on to it for today's class, but I didn't. Maybe I did bring it, but it was on. I gotta stand closer because I forget the people online. So I'm on this plane trip, and of course I'm reading the most perfect book for me, Trauma Bonding. And I'm like, Jesus, no, Lord. So it's talking about domestic violence and how, because I'm preparing for a class that I'll be teaching in a couple of weeks with some colleagues here. And in it, it talks about relationships and the truths about relationship, but it mirrors this study right here, this longitudinal study that suggests that only 4 out of 6 children have unconditional love from an adult. But could you read that for me, Sally, number 1, please?
Children in America have more than one adult who is unconditionally crazy about them, positively involved in their lives.
And so that doesn't do well, because that doesn't mean that they don't have a mom or dad in the home, or mother or father. It's just that they don't have someone that's, and this is, if I had, part of my little research head was thinking, I wonder how the American Humane Society wrote that survey for kids, because it's unconditionally crazy about them and positively involved in their lives. So it's a double-barreled question, because it's not now or never, it's both. And the thing is, like, now or never, we better start working in increasing mental health for men and for fathers, or we're gonna lose generations. So,
All right, Ma.
someone laughing, where'd that come from? I got jokes, so I will make jokes on them. So, huh? Someone's not muted online? Okay, that's fine. Unless they start singing hip, hop, hippity, hip, hip hop, and don't stop like I said, bang, bang, the boogie, sit, up the rhythm of the boogie beat. Say, I am Wonder Mike. Okay, now I'm gonna do it in Spanish. Eres mía. Don't do Romeo Santos? Don't do that too?
All I can say is spoke in Spanish.
All right.
That's why I kept it on.
All right, so even that right there helps us to have some humor. So let me get over some things that we can do and have a conversation. I'm gonna have you take an assessment. Some of you have already taken again, and if you haven't, I'm gonna ask you to get your phones out. This is where I need my tech guy, because I remember I asked him I needed a link that I was gonna use, but I'll figure it out. Nope. Okay, we'll figure it out. So, there's this concept of mirroring, and it's by this researcher, Riccoboni, but when I see you as a parent, today there was a father, a mother, and a little baby girl, and I don't know if any of you noticed them, the baby girl was in the stroller. Well, I was sitting over there, and even myself momentarily was mirroring, because I was smiling with the little girl, and I just went like this, like that, and the baby did it right back. That's a momentary just missing. And in Spanish, it's cariño, right? It's just caring, it's just love. But when you don't have that, and parents are not getting the mirroring from another person, I'm gonna sit because my hip is starting to hurt. How many of you have someone that you can mirror with as well, as an adult? How many of you have a mentor? Any of you? What's your mentor like? Please don't say it's Eric, because I will die laughing. Is it Eric? Any of you? Okay, as a female? All right. Anyone else? So when we have them, go ahead. Consistency. I have one, and his name is Bishop. Well, I have several, but Bishop Henry Hearns is 91 years old. He's African American. And when you see us together, we almost look like father and son. And he said, because we both got big ears. He's light, very light. He's got green hazel eyes. And even in the worst moments, I can call him up. And when I call him Bishop, but one time I said, Dad, I need to speak to you. And it's like the world stopped. But when you have someone that you know you can go to, but what about when men don't? Like Boots working with a lot of men, and I'm also a veteran, and sometimes just the reality of my military career and other things, it messes with your mind and your heart and your soul, but all that's in my emotions. So then I have to go back through this whole process of what's called rescripting. And we're going to talk about that right now. So the rescripting process that we use is with logotherapy. Logotherapy is a technique that was created by Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl was this existential psychologist, and he was put in concentration camps by the Nazis, and he had to write his book in his mind. Every day he wrote his book in his mind. And he wrote his autobiography, plus he wrote how to do logotherapy. And in the logotherapy, you're looking at for what's your existence, it's existentialism. And so one of the techniques that we can use is looking at the exploration of what do I exist with and for. So this is where I come and I ask you on a piece of paper, so since we're like in a class format instead of a lecture, on a piece of paper, write down, or on your cell phone, what do I live for? For what do I wake up for? For what do I wake up for? Like today, this morning, even before I left, as you write down your line, because I'm going to call on you, Samantha first. And I'm going to ask Samantha, for what do you wake up for? What is the meaning of your life? Because with meaning, I already know the National Institute of Health says when you have meaning and purpose, you're more likely to get through the tough times of mental health and wellness challenges. And those opportunities will help you just get stronger. It kind of sucks to go through them, but it will help you. So that's my long-winded way for me to help Samantha to be prepared to go first. And I said to myself, you know, God, I know one of my purposes is to teach. So let me be present. Let me not be anywhere else but whomever's in the room so that I can be present and teach, because that's one of my purposes. Samantha, what's your purpose? For what do you wake up for? For yourself? What about yourself do you want to wake up for? It's okay.
I just feel like over the last few years, I realized for a long time I was living for everybody else and not myself. So I try and wake up every day and put myself first, because that's how I can be the best version of myself, especially for my kids.
Do you feel like the giving of yourself was from earlier in childhood, like you had to? Or other relationships took away?
I feel like I was always put on, like I always felt like I had to prove everybody wrong, because I was always doubted in things I did. So for so long, I lived just trying to make everyone else happy and prove everybody else wrong, that I could do the things that other people doubted me in doing. And then I just woke up one day and realized that I'm living this life that I'm not happy with myself.
Right.
And I just wanted to change.
Yeah. In the class that I teach, like even I text message someone, I said, man, I'm masking today. I got to put on my happy face. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was my whole life, basically, until I was 30 years old.
Yeah, and it sucks because once you take off the mask, Barbara, don't say that Dr. Rodriguez uses the word sucks a lot. But it hurts because as you take off that mask, in the class I have this image of this lady, it's a black and white, and on one element it's her face and she's smiling, but behind she's crying. But the world only sees her smiling, but she's actually crying, maybe at home alone all by herself. And I applaud you for saying that you're waking up for yourself, because you could go your whole life living in a mask. And I like that image because it also looks like she's ripping it off of her. Does that make sense? Like her face.
Yeah, I feel like in the process, I made a lot of people not happy, and a lot of people were looking at me like, who are you? But for the first time in my life, I was actually able to be me, or find out who I was 30 years later.
Awesome, awesome. Anyone else? For what do you wake up for? You got the mic, so what do you wake up for? No, don't say no, I'm just running the mic. Come on, stop right there, because you're going to have to go to these people right here anyways. You might as well. Look at her. That's called ambivalence. Tabitha, don't I say that's ambivalence? That's ambivalence, isn't that? That's called ambivalence.
But she's standing strong, so.
She's standing strong in her ambivalence. Okay. Tabitha, for what do you wake up for?
I would say, I still say, even though I probably should go along with Samantha to some degree, I still say I wake up for my children every day.
Okay, for your children every day. The lady behind you, Sally.
My children.
Your children?
Myself.
Your children yourself? Iglesias?
Right now, this is my life, my grandkids.
Your grandkids? Gentleman right behind you. What's the meaning of your life? For what do you wake up for? What's your purpose?
Well, good points that was said. I follow the myself and the family. Also, wake up to work, because work. You get a check and then you pay the bills. That could be one another point.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. How about right in front of you, Boots? And then Barbara, and then this gentleman, because I don't see anyone else.
I wake up for my wife and kid, and then I go to sleep for me and meditate for me and go out and get a ham sandwich for me. But yeah, I do. I wake up for my wife and kids.
Okay.
Thanks. I wake up for my family, and I wake up for the organizations I work with.
Organizations you wake up. Okay. I told you it would be easier if everyone sat together. I know, and you ain't.
For me, my prayers is anytime I wake up in the morning, I always hope that maybe I will see the light of day. You know, right now I'm strong. I'm always happy. I'm always grateful to God that I always wake up to be healthy and enjoy a wonderful life.
Okay, awesome. He said he wakes up every day for the light. He's grateful. So in this concept of training that we do, looking at yourself in 4 dimensions. One, what's your thinking? What's your thought process? How does that impact your behaviors and your emotions? See, my emotions, all of us are in the back of the brain. That's what I mentioned about all of us. We have this cortex. And our frontal cortex, the reasoning part, is what makes us different than animals. I didn't mean that I'm a dog or I can't stand cats. Anyone like cats here? Let me know. Cannot. You got a cat at home? I don't know if I could trust him. But anyway, so maybe the cat is more smarter than us anyhow. But the emotions, they're not driven by emotions. And when we are driven by emotions, they become unhealthy motivators. And those unhealthy motivators impact the wellness of fathers. And so we use this concept, and I'm going to ask you to use your phone in a second because I'm going to give you an assessment. And I got to figure out how to get this online to show them. It'll take a few minutes to take. But this model is called the DISC model, D-I-S-C. And it measures our personality in 4 quadrants. But I looked at it from a different way of what's called the 8 dimensions. And we don't have the time to teach the whole class. But I also want to incorporate logotherapy and a Japanese philosophy, which I mentioned this morning about Ikigai and Kinesigu and Ichigo Ishie. Ichigo Ishie means in this moment, in this moment. In the last class that I took, one of my colleagues, I gave 5 questions. I read them out loud, and you had A, B, or C. And if you are too much in the past, you'll never be present. And that usually is because of things that have happened to you from your past. So we measure these 4 quadrants, and he's going to help me pull them up. They measure on dominance, steadiness, or dominance, influence, steadiness, and conscientiousness. And I'm going to give you 4 visuals, and then we're going to take a moment to do the assessment. The first one, the dominant personality is like a lion. It's like a lion. Forceful, strong, king of the jungle, protector of its pride. Its roar can be heard 3 miles away. The I is the person that has that high level of humor, not more humane or humanity than another person. It's just that they're outward social butterflies. And they need that. They need that engagement. The other one is like an ox, that they carry the burden, the yoke for some. And these are high S personalities. And these high S personalities actually are exactly what a D personality needs in their life, if they're both healthy. Because if a D personality is not healthy, he's going to be bossing, or she's going to be bossing, critical, tearing apart that poor little ox, and actually put on his or her yoke of burden, and the ox will actually carry it and drag it day after day. But the other one is the C. And the C needs the I personality, because the C personality is very, very intelligent, very critical, very analytical. But the fun part of them, sometimes it's not there. So it impacts the ability for the existence when we're unhealthy. And it impacts something called self-transcendence, which is neurological. Now, he's going to help me pull up a website that I'd like you all to take this test, this test, and I'm going to walk you through and show you how you can use it working with others, but for yourself, because you're here for yourself. And then you take this assessment, and it'll measure your 4 personalities. So do you want to help me pull it up? Okay, let's, how's that song?
What's the,
Oh, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 test. .com. And I think you just hit enter and I'll see if I can find it. Because it should say disk.
One second.
Oh, I just need to go to
Yeah, that's open.
that's the wrong one. Okay, it's here, but I want you to go to disk. Oh, hit test.
So this is.
Well, you can go to it right here. Okay. Right here. Hit that one. You can't hit. You don't have the control. Okay, hit that. Go down. Okay. Does it pop up? All right. So this is the test. It's called 123test.com, and I can't see the URL on here. I think it's /disk. 123test.com, and then you'll see that there's tests. Scroll down and go to disk personality. So someone got to help me move this. He walked away on it. Ain't that something? How do you use this?
.com or .team?
123test. There we go. Yeah. So when you get here, it's going to take you about like 10 minutes or less to complete. Each block has a most like you, least like you. And what you'll do is you'll select the one that's most like you and put a thumbs up. Like people, Barbara, can I use you as an example? Once you get there? Okay. Or can I use you, Sally? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to read these 4 questions. Tell me the one that's most like you. People look up to me. I tend to be a kind person. I accept life as it comes. People say I have a strong personality. Okay. Which one is the least like you? Okay. Every box, you're going to have a thumb up and a thumb down. It should take you 5 to 10 minutes. Now, the disc assessment is at 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to go pull it up on my phone and walk around so you can have it. But it's 123test.com. I was hoping that it would be up on here. Yeah, you're gonna select the disc one. So it's 1, 2, 3. Is there a marker here? So go to 123test.com/disc personality. Did everyone pull it up? Were you able to pull it up? No, I am acting like I'm back in business.
After death, you could do.
1, 2, 3, disc.
Yeah, I got that.
And then dash. Personality. Okay, you got yours open? You already took it? That fast? Right, took it like 2 or 3 times. So you
Told me page not found.
Here you go. Barbara, I'll text it to you. You want me to text it to you? Does that make it easier?
I was there.
Huh?
I was there. 123test.com. This is going to be items.
You want me to text it to you?
If you just go 123test.com and then you
Go
just
down.
go to the page and hit the 3 lines on the top right.
You want me to
It
text it?
says this personality test.
No one knows.
You have it? You able to open it up? Go ahead and take the test for yourself. Yeah, what are you doing there? Okay, it should take you about 5 minutes to take, and while you're doing that, I just stressed out high S people. They're like, what? What do you mean 5 minutes? Because we start, what time was I supposed to end? I just remember, I just want to make sure. 3:15?
It's actually 3, but we sort of started.
Okay. You want a chair? You want a chair?
No, I'm okay. I don't think I could do it. I'm on camera.
Oh, they can see me? Oh, I forgot, I'm supposed to be. Okay, for those of you online, I forgot about you all. Apologize. Go take the test at 123test.com. When you go on there, you'll see a list of 38 different types of tests to take, and select the one that says DISC personality. Gosh. I wish these were touch screens. You think they're at a college and they're not. Okay. Let me know when you're there. Everyone at least started already? Can I get a thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up? Okay. For those of you who don't want to take it, I will explain a little bit about why it's a good test to take. Oops. Oh, there we go. How do you get this from here to there? Okay, this DISC assessment is going to measure the 4 quadrants, and there are key descriptives in each one of the quadrants. I'll kind of go over them as you're filling it out. The D personality is more of a direct type of personality or persuasive personality. But when you have mental health, wellness challenges, or opportunities to self-reflect, sometimes when you are overly persuading to get your position, you can put damage to other people. And you end up damaging your own relationship to yourself first. The I personality is a little impatient. I want to use the term like a social butterfly, and they just need that social context. And one of the downside about the I personality is they're overly optimistic. So one will use anger or persuasion, and the other one will be overly optimistic. The S personality hides their emotions, doesn't express to their children, their helpmate, family, friends that they're going through something. They kind of basically, if you want to think about it, eat their emotions, but eventually their emotions are going to eat away at them. It's called explode, implode. And when you've gone through trauma or PTSD relationships or abusive relationships or upbringing or expectations, you can implode. And that implosion is probably more volatile to your relationships than exploding. Does that make sense? So like the D will explode, but the S is going to eat it. And then when they do explode, it's not healthy. The C personality is overly conscious. It's a perfectionist. Nothing wrong with that, because heck, I need someone to help me out to keep me organized. And one of my greatest attributes is to be able to realize that I need the other person. And that's what I mentioned today, like we all need each other. There's a lady named Philippa Johnson who has a high S, high C personality. And she's the one that really encouraged me, or basically told me to start creating agendas for whenever I have meetings or workshops. Because in my mind, I'm having these conversations, but no one else is aware of it. And it impacts personal relationships. So I even had to create something called a Google Drive. You know what a Google Drive is? In a folder in a drive. And I had to go create these workbook activities for these new classes. Some of the students are here, they're like, yeah. But now we wish that she hadn't told them all that, because now it's in writing. But I needed that. Does that make sense? So the C is more of like a structure person. All right. You guys should be getting close to the end of your profile. How many of you are getting close to the end? Huh?
I said I'm not sure how far the end is.
She's not sure what?
I said I'm not sure how many more questions there are left.
28.
You were to tell me.
That's a lot, huh? It's been a long time. Uh-oh, you know, that made me think of another song to do. And since I'm here in front of the camera, that means, you know, Rakim, it's been a long time. I should. Go back to California, huh?
Maybe. If you bring to New York too much.
Don't bring.
I'm from the Bronx too.
But she's laughing because I'm coming from the West Coast, and all of a sudden,
Yeah, and it's Raheem.
been a long time. Should let R, the 18th letter. Anyways, all right, moving right along. Well, my last name is Rodriguez. Of course, I'm going to gravitate to that song. R, the 18th letter. Mm-hmm. How far are you all? You guys pretty close. Samantha, are you done? Okay, do you mind sharing you want me to go up there, or you want to? Yes, if you could read it pretty loud. Oh, wait, she got to get her steps in. You could yell, but I guess there's people online. We lived on 167th and. You ready? Go for
I'm
it.
just reading this little paragraph, right?
No, just give me the pie chart and then tell me what the red one is, the letter D, what the percentages are. and
Okay,
that's all I need.
dominance is 26%.
Okay.
Influence, yellow, is 36%. Steadiness, 21%. And compliance, 17%.
Okay, that's a very balanced personality. Very healthy. So when you take that results, you want to times it by 2. So 26 was your highest one. So that's 52, right? And the other one was 33, I believe?
36.
36. So that's 72 last time I did my math. And the other ones are below,
21 and 17.
yeah, they're below 50. So there's something that's called the energy line. Energy line is 50 and above. The higher that person is in a domain over 50, the more pure that's their real personality. And there's 2 types when we are in, like, right now I'm in an adaptive personality stance because I don't really know everyone. So it's not like I'm performing, but I'm not my real me, like when I'm natural, like if I'm at home, or if I'm in a personal or intimate relationship. There I'm more me. Here, and it's not the same as masking, is I'm adapting to the environment. The problem is when you live your whole life in adapting state, you're not who you're created to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So as we go forward, look at the I personality and some of the attributes of the I to take. Your next one, the after that was the S, which is fine, but it makes sense based upon what you said because it's so high to the if you times it by 2, it would be 42, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you've got a opportunity whenever you feel stress, like someone's trying to drag you to become the ox, go out and go buy a balloon or something. I don't know, do something for yourself because what they're gonna do is they're gonna take down the I. But the D won't fight for you.
Right.
So you got an opportunity for you to fight for yourself and your wellness. Right, anyone else got yours done? Boots has his done, but he's had his done for a long time. Now, I think the other people don't want to share. They're like, nah, I'm not sharing class. Oh, you got yours done too? Or online? You got, okay, cool. He's all quiet over here. He's like, hey, I'm here too.
Okay, so I got a D of 2, influence of 16, steadiness of 44, and compliance of 38.
Okay, that's awesome. That's a natural combination, but it's a little different than Samantha. What's your name, sir? Dan. Dan? Do you feel people take advantage of you?
All the time.
All the time? Do you feel hard to express how you feel when they're taking advantage of you, or do you wait and come back later on?
I usually don't even come back. I just take it.
You just take it, okay? The 2 is something that if you were in my class or we were working together, and this is something why I want you to try to introduce this for men, that's an opportunity for you to become really a lion. Because see, Samantha, we all have different personalities. I won't tell you mine. Mine's too high of a D, but when you have a high, that high of an S and that high of a C, that steadfast person that you are could leave you in relationships that are unhealthy far too long. And it's up to you if you want out. I don't know if that's your story. If you've been in unhealthy situations, then it's hard for you to leave. But if you can fight it and leave, you'll be better off. It'll be painful at first. Okay, who else is left? Anyone else? Like, dang, I didn't think I was coming here for a psychology class. I thought I was just coming here. This sucks, James. I'm going to give us all an in-house 5-question survey. You're going to have to do this in your mind. My class already took it before Boots took it. So Dan and others, you'll just have to listen to the questions and then write down the response that you feel is the most like you. It's only 5 questions. So anyone else have their DISC personality done? Anyone? Okay, Sally, next.
So, dominance, 6%, influence, 46%, steadiness, 18%, and compliance, 10%.
That's normal. That's balanced. And you know, I knew from when I first met her that she had a high I personality because her energy level. And that's another thing that you'll notice. Samantha and you probably have the highest energy level in the room because high I's and high D's, nonstop. But when the energy drains at night, hello, pillow. So, and then for some, they in the morning, not to make it a joke, but like their coffee is their crack. They need their caffeine for a lot of high I's and S, high I's and D's. But yet they have the highest energy level. But it's almost like you just gave them some steroid or something to get them right. Anyone else? Barbara, are you done? Oh, it's okay. Anyone else? Okay, Boots?
All right, so I got D 38, S 32, influence 25, and compliance 5.
Say that again?
Got D 38, steadiness 32, influence 25, and compliance 5.
Okay, that's an unnatural combination. I think we talked about that. And the S should not be that high. And when you give this out, it's just a conversation because you could say, that's called masking. And masking comes from some form of trauma in life. And even if, Samantha, even though you may have dealt with it, sometimes it's going to come back and deal with you. Does that make sense? And it sucks when it happens because you won't know when it's going to happen. And when it does, how do you fight to stay present? Now, the good thing about Boots, because I know how he took this test, he ended up being a very present, emotionally grounded, if I'm not mistaken. So, anyone else? Go ahead, sir.
D is 4%.
4%.
S is 36%.
36%.
Influence 16%.
Okay.
And C is 44%.
You and Dan should become best friends and create the club of stop taking advantage of us. We're good men, right? Because you probably are the one in the family that they take advantage of the most, or people of because your kindness, your pure kindness. Does it make sense why we use this personality? Now, also culturally, and if you hear Dan and it's Evan, you hear their voice is softer, right? Soft spoken. It's almost pleasant to hear, where a D or an I are outspoken and sometimes comes off abrasive. No, I know they did not just do that. Did they do that to me, Dad? They made a face saying, mm-hmm. I was like, okay, I can only see you, I can't see that. Oh. We'll go back to those two people making them faces at me right there. So does it make sense? You could be soft-spoken, but the S and C personalities are also pessimistic by nature because they believe that they can't trust anyone. But the D and the I personalities are optimistic, and they take the risk. They're called risk takers. And I have a cousin, I call him risk taker, accident maker, and it's only because of inside joke. But sometimes those risks that we take crush you. So let me ask you these questions, and there are 5 questions. You can get a pen and paper. And these are 5 questions if you want to give to fathers that you're working for. This book is called Ishigo Ishie, and it talks about learning to make every moment a once in a lifetime experience in the art of Ishigo Ishie, which has 5 core elements: celebration, good company, mindfulness, timeliness, and being inspiring. So these are the questions I'm going to ask you, and then you're going to have 3 responses. Just write down A, B, or C, and you can put it in your notes in your phone or just keep track of it. When I receive a hurtful email, text message, or phone call, I A, feel upset and reply right away, but then forget about it. I B, think it over for a while until I figured out the right way to respond. Or I C, whether or not I reply, the situation affects me all day or even for several days. So it's one of those 3 choices. A, I feel upset right away, but then I feel upset and I reply right away, but then I forget about it. B, I think it over for a while until I figured out the right way to respond. C, whether or not I reply, the situation affects me for several days or even weeks. The second question. I notice that a close friend no longer gives me the same attention or affection as before. For my part, I don't think about it. This is A. I don't think about the matters much. I figure they must be stressed or have other things going on. We'll see each other again when the time is right. I B, write a long email and demand to meet up so I can find out if I did something wrong or if they have some kind of problem. C, I'm really offended by their neglect and remove them from my list of priorities. If they can't return my affection, then they don't deserve it. A, B, or C. Okay. Third question, there's only 5. I'm going on vacation, and as soon as I arrived at my destination, I find out the airline has lost my suitcase. 24 hours later, it still has not shown up. I don't let it, this is A, I don't let it ruin my trip. I buy some clothes, the necessary personal items, and get on with my vacation. If the suitcase doesn't show up, I'll claim the value of what I've lost when I get home. This is B. I proceed on with my vacation, but I call the airline a couple times a day so they won't stop looking for the suitcase. I continually put pressure on them. C. I get upset about not having my clothes and my other things that I have a hard time enjoying my vacation. I can't stop cursing the airline and their useless employees. So A, B, or C. Fourth question. I read the paper that the company or sector ACF that I work for, I'm messing with you, Barbara, that I work for will be hit by downturn. My reaction is I keep doing my job as the best I can, that's A, since that part I cannot control. B, I start calling colleagues who work in the same field to see if the situation is as worrying as I have heard. Or C, I feel anxious and start looking for alternatives in case everything really does go under. Last question. 5, I hear the very enthusiastic teacher whom I really appreciate has a terminal illness. I A, immediately go find out which hospital they are in so I can spend time with them. B, I start thinking about fleeting nature of life and how all good things come to an end. C, my hypochondriac goes in overdrive and I tell myself that from now on, I should go get more regular checkups. All right. So count how many C's, A, B's, and C's you have, and assign a point to A equals 0 points, B equals 1 point, C equals 2 points. And then total, calculate the total and see how you did. And once you get done, just let me know how you did and I'll tell you what it means. Because this goes along with emotional testing and dispersonality that you can use for the parents that you work with, the fathers, the mothers, individuals. I know we've got some people here in psychotherapy, substance abuse. And I've always felt, because when I came into this, I was a certified drug and alcohol counselor, I never met a person that drank or did drugs, and that was a problem. The problem was before they ever let that enter into their body. Does that make sense? And that problem is the emotional wellness. It's not the psychological. You remember there was 4 areas that I talked about? I don't know what happened to my slideshow. Here we go. So when we get through this personality, you take and you align them and you see how we can look to incorporate the foundation of existentialism with their personality traits. So let me hear, what was your total? 8? Okay, hold on to 8. Anyone else? 5? 1? 3? 0? 3? Dan, did you take the test? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay, because you was watching TV, huh? Okay. So here, let me give you the thing. Between 6 and 10 points is rated poor. You project yourself easily into the past or the future as a result of stress, anxieties that prevent you from enjoying your life. You could learn to come back to the present. Oh, I hate that word, come back. Don't do that again to me. Between 3 and 5, room for improvement. Your level of nervousness isn't a cause of concern, but if you spent less time brooding over things, your serenity would increase, and you no doubt would be happier. With a little training, you will be able to manage it. 2 or less is great. Even though events might take you into your past or future, you know how to return straight away. You are the master of Ichigo Ishie with the potential of inspiration to others. So every time you feel unhappy or unhappiness or serenity is compromised, this is what we could tell ourselves. If it's based on anger or sadness, you're living in the past. Come back, wake up. Tell yourself, come back, wake up. If it's out of fear, you're living in the future. Tell yourself to come back. So it's either come back and wake up, which, Samantha, that'd be you and I sometimes. And I hated having to take the test myself. I'm like, dang it. Well, let me come back. But for the other people that if you are operating out of fear, come back. And so using the assessment helps us to build off something called neuroplasticity. And the neuroplasticity opportunities takes us to create a new pathway. A new pathway creates new habits, new learning. Unless you go back to your same habit that may not have been constructive. So now you have to go back and do recalibrate. I like that. That's a good one. What's the word? I started with rescripting. So now you have to go back. Well, you don't have to. You can stay in a place that's emotionally hurtful, but after 90 days, if you're still there, that's not healthy. So we get into these new habits, and I asked the class that I have, and I'm going to ask you all not to read it in your mind, because I figured out my choir directors, whenever I teach, they're kind of like offbeat a little bit. But if you can say this to yourself, if I can say this to myself, and hold on to this, that even in the worst of times, find your beauty, find your resiliency, find your preciousness, and become present. Come back, wait, or come back. So for a lot of us, we struggle, and a lot of men struggle in mental health, because when's the last time they even said, I'm beautiful? When was the last time you said to yourself, I'm beautiful? So I'm going to say this out loud, and I would like you to say it inwardly with me, okay? But when you use your inward voice, I want you to scream it. Okay? So a 1, 2, 3, I'm going to say, I am even more beautiful. I am even more resilient. I am even more precious. I am even more present. When we do it, I'm going to say, I am, and then you're going to say, even more beautiful inwardly. Okay? I am even more resilient. I am even more precious. And I am even more present. Now we'll do it one more time, but this time I'd like you to do it out loud. So when I say I am, say even more beautiful. I am. I am. I am. I am. And if you could hold on to that, and I can hold on to it on the tough times, that helps me wake up. That may help you wake up. That may help us all wake up. Because then it allows us to do something that hinders our wellness. Man, I really don't like this thumb drive. How do I get away from it? And that's called the Ikigai concept. I kind of touched a little bit about it this morning, and I'm going to move through it. But there is this dimension, these 4 dimensions of Ikigai that we teach. And in this, it's the principles of Kintsugi or Kintsugi and Ikigai. Now, there's 4 dimensions. And in the fulfillment of life, it's purpose, fulfillment, and joy. So what is your purpose? How do you fulfill it? And how do you maintain joy? Because if you remember, a couple minutes ago I said, happiness comes from what? Happenings. But joy, when it's taken, that's when depression starts to overwhelm. Joy is constant. How many of you seen Inside Out yet? Is it fun? It's cute, right? Is Joy constantly taking care of her little girl every night? Constant, right? Until what shows up? Oh my God, that damn anxiety. When did that? Well, it was puberty, right? And then what does anxiety do to Joy? Yeah, she cried, huh? Yeah. So when we have anxiety take away our joy, then it takes away our fulfillment and our meaning for life. So I use this, and I'm not going to go online anymore because I know that it will mess up. I use this analogy from The Lion King. And so who's seen The Lion King in here? Anyone? Samantha, do you remember the part where, is it a monkey? What is it? It's not a, what is it? A mandrill. Yeah. Finally, someone has told me what it is. It's a mandrill? Oh, man, I never knew. Because I knew it was an orangutan. Okay. So do you remember when the mandrill hit Simba over the head? Hits him over the head. I just want to see you do that. Hits him over the head. Okay, I just wanted to see. So he runs, and what does he go look for? And what? What does he see in the pool of water? What does he see, Samantha? Do you remember? Dan, what does he see? Do you remember? He sees himself? He sees, whom does he see? His father. So if you don't have mirroring, then you can forget who you are. And if you don't have that, then you forget why you've become who you are, and that's called identity. And for a lot of us that struggle with identity, that's why the dispersonality comes into play, because we can identify when we're masking. And these are just a list of stuff for masking. And masking often comes from childhood, but could come from relationships. It could come from being a teenager. It could be coming from, man, I was in this workshop today, and this lady was so strong, so courageous. Because I'm not going to point out her name, but unless you were in the workshop, but for her to say that her biological father molested her for 4 straight years, and to say that she has forgiveness for him, so strong, so courageous. Because a lot of people don't do that. But there was a price to pay for a while. And that price probably, as I listened to her, took away whom she was intended. And that's our personalities. And so for some of you that had unnatural combinations of personalities, oh, here comes some fun. They get and become barriers, especially for men getting mental health. And so there are 6 signs that keep us bound to our trauma. How many of you know what trauma bonding is? Anyone know what trauma bonding is? Anyone? I got to make sure I look to my left. Anyone know what does it mean to you, Samantha? Okay, so you guys, you all have went through your own similar trauma. So because of that connection, you can identify. Okay, so you can make a lot. Anyone else? It's a little deeper than that. And so one, it's you know, these are just the first 6 signs if you're in a relationship. And there's an assessment with it as well. But not for this. You'd have to take my advanced practitioner credential class. By the way, I got to ask 3 of you who are in it. When you all took that trauma assessment test, what were your thoughts? Like, why is he doing this to me? Basically, really, okay, honestly, I would like to hear your thoughts. Huh? Go. Okay, and I never asked people scores. Do you know I don't know whose scores they are? Did you know that? And the reason why I don't want to know what people's scores are is because guess what I will start to do? I will become Mr. Fixer, and I will get tied up in there, and I will become bondage in their bonds. Does that make sense? Because myself is a natural D and I, but because of life, my S, very similar to Boots, will go over that energy line, and then I want to help everything and everyone, and I take on vicarious trauma, which then becomes direct. So the first thing you want to do is you want to look at this. Can you guys see it? Because it's like, oh, there are 6 signs: defending, always in your thoughts, wanting to help, wanting to stay, accepting the behavior, and you're not yourself. So the first thing is, you ask yourselves these questions, and you ask the people you're working with. When you start noticing that there's some form of lack of clarity for the situation that they're in, ask them this question about the person that they're with. Do you make excuses for their behaviors? That's number 1. Do you want to go back to when it started? See, you can rebound, you can rekindle, but you can't restart. You can start from where it ended and go forward, but you can't have change to where it began. Does that make sense? So if it is, are they love bombing you? Like, look at this picture right here. It kind of looks like New York City, huh? Now I'm looking at it, it's in New York. But look at this couple on a bench. And they're holding hands. That's when it starts. But love, trauma bonding comes from one of these two people or both had trauma in childhood. And that's the navigation of relationships. Do you believe if you did all the change and work in the relationship could be better? Or is it running in sand? So if you're in a relationship that's not working out well, or parent-child, or intimate relationships, do you feel like you're running in sand going nowhere? Or do you feel like you're the one that has to do all the work? All the work. I always ask, this is a rhetorical question. So rhetorical means you don't have to answer, but how many of us have been in relationships that you felt like if I did all the change, it'd get better? Because it must be something I did. Samantha, I said you don't have to raise your hand. So if I do all the change, it'll get better. Maybe my work environment, maybe my friends, my close friends, maybe the person whom I love, maybe my husband, my wife, my children. Maybe I do it. And I asked you a question, who do you live for? I love the fact that some of you said your children, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the first person that we got to live for is who? Selfish, huh? Don't go beat yourself up. But when we don't live for ourselves, then do you stay? And this is, I want you to think about this for the people that you're working, because this is a mental health workshop. What about when you're working with couples or individuals that stay in the hurricane for the two eyes of it? What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, that's a good one. So I'm going to stay in the hurricane for the two eyes. What else does that mean? What else? Sally and I are in a relationship, and I treat her like garbage, and it's a hurricane for her. And she stays only so she can have my eyes, so she can look in my eyes. How many times we've stayed in relationships just for those two sets of eyes? Because in the eye of a hurricane, it's calm. It's the wall of the hurricane that's the destructive part. So you ask the individuals, are you staying for the two sets of eyes? You could. What else do you think? Go ahead.
No, I was thinking more about a parent and child relationship. You don't have an option or a choice if it's your parent.
Well, you can't divorce your parent, can you?
Well, yeah, you can, but, well, some people have.
Are you talking about parent to a child?
Yeah.
Sometimes, like I love my son, and we hadn't spoken in a year. I think I told you guys this in the class. I don't mind expressing it. But, man, when he came back from Afghanistan, he came back different. I remember he laughed. He said, Dad, you went to Yemen and I went to Yemen. We put boots, that's funny, boots, on the same sand. And I didn't want him to go. You know what I did, and this is me being very unhealthy, and I thought I totally forgot about it, but that's what happens when we get triggered. My little girl, who's now 21, she must have been about 4, I grabbed her by her hand, and I went right back to the recruiters. I'm retired from the military. And I said, I want to go back so I can go protect who? Yeah. And they looked at me and they said, you do know you're retired. I still can do push-ups. The sit-ups maybe I need work on. And I think I can outrun you. And plus I outrank all of you in here anyways. Oh, no, because you'll be reduced in rank because you've been out so long. I was like, what? What's up with that? And I really want to go because that's my unhealthy childhood coming out as a grown man. Wanting to help something or someone that you cannot. And when he came back different. High use of vulgarity, just different. Got in an argument with me last year. Almost a whole year went by. But he started calling me more and more. He said, Dad, I'm sorry, I'm going to come over and see you on Monday. So sometimes as a parent, as hard as it is, man, you just got to understand. And could you think that I've been doing fatherhood and promoting issues and my own son and I have friction? No, he has friction within himself. But it's just projection is outward. Does that make sense? So if I take it, then I'm going to be eating his trauma and I'm going to be bonded to it, just like interpersonal relationships, same. So as hard as it sounds, sometimes you just got to be able to say, I'm not letting you go. You left. There's a difference. If Samantha is my daughter and she leaves, now if I'm unhealthy, that's different, right? But I'm going to be staying here because when she comes back, I'm going to be here. But when she comes back, it's not going to be the same ever. So it's got to start. And that sucks, right? So what does it look like to lose everything in a trauma bond? And there's four F's that I'm going to ask you. Do you fight? Do you flight? Do you freeze? Or do you fawn? I started thinking about this coming here because, I have to prepare. And I was thinking about Luna, my German Shepherd puppy. I have what's called an e-collar on her. And it does a little electrical thing. And I really don't like it all the time, but it teaches her. And when I put it on her, she fawns. What's fawning? Huh? Yeah, she lays on the ground, rolls on her back, and it's very submissive. And I have to tell her, no, girl, come on, sit up. You're a good girl. I have to and this is a dog, mind you. And I told you that there's not that much different from us except they're very present-oriented. So I have to encourage her, say, it's okay, come up here, get a hug, go ahead and sit, because you're good. You're a good girl. But what happens when you're in a relationship and the person is making you feel like you got a fawn, and they cut you open just to take you out? They're taking the pieces of you away. That's not someone saying, no, don't die. Don't die. Because when you fawn, you're basically saying to the predator, I'm your prey, but don't eat me. I'm your prey, but don't hurt me. Where I live, we have they're vultures, but they're called eagle vultures, and they're ugly. And I noticed driving around the corner, there are about 10 of them. They had gotten a small dog from someone's backyard and put it on the side trail and was devouring it. Now, the owners of that dog, it's never coming back. But I wonder what happened to that dog. Had to have, at one moment like this, thinking that the vultures weren't going to eat it. But that's not what happens. Abusive relationships don't care. They're abusers. They're predators. Because until they can get help, they will continue to do so. And then the next person will come in their life, and people who've been hurt people. You see the domino effect? So the only way that we can break the bonds of trauma is to get help in mental health. And in doing so, we focus on emotional focus. And so I don't have time to do the rest of the presentation. You can grab it online. But what I would suggest is the following for myself. I mean, you can take our class if you want, but this book, I hate this book too because it's so good. The book of Ichigo Ishii, and there's some other books that I know I follow, and there's a book called The Good Life. I think that book is phenomenal. But find something that brings you back, because remember in this thing, it says when you're sad or when you're angry, you're living in the past. Come back, wake up. When you're afraid, you're living in the future. Come back. So no matter what, let's come back to who we really were created. And when we're working with individuals, Just like I asked today, I asked our target, come back so they can be the target that they were created, because that's exactly who we are. We're supposed to be human beings. They're going to have highs and lows in life. And I mentioned that you want to always go more towards the high road, but sometimes you got to come to the middle road, but that's so the low road comes up to you, not you to it. When you go to it, now you're stuck. So we should be achieving high road. And with that, I think I got like 1 minute, Dougie Fresh, and it says, what? 1 minute, Dougie Fresh, on. All right, I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate our 2 language translators for us. You're awesome, awesome. And I hope that you support the City of New York's initiatives, because I think they're important. And also, I want to also give honor to Barbara Manners from the Administration for Children and Families from the federal government being here. I appreciate seeing you. So if there's any questions, I'm going to hang out. If not, my body's on West Coast time. And it's saying, brother, you need to relax a little bit. It's 3 o'clock. And I look forward to seeing you all, if not with Fathers and Families Coalition of America, maybe here next year. And I'll come here with jeans, a T-shirt, and a baseball hat and just hang out. And a blanket, okay. Okay. Okay, we're done. I don't know what the next.
Okay, so I appreciate y'all for joining this class. It was good. I took the test, by the way, let me tell you. But we have a survey. We have a survey we would like you to complete. We have a QR code. She has one over there, and she's bringing hers. And if y'all can fill that survey out quickly, well, not quickly, but you know, upon y'all departure, greatly appreciated. Thank you. Oh, on your phone.
How'd it come out?